Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to let you know because of traffic and having both board members and folks that are supposed to present not going to be here on time, we'll go ahead and start likely here at about 9:10 or 9:15, but just wanted to make that announcement here. So thank you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Just so you know, the board is delayed in starting, and the meeting will begin in approximately 4 minutes.
Stone. As you can see, and additionally, we have with us this morning our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop. Joining us virtually is our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on the Cal EPA website or YouTube Live. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do email the Clerk of the Board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. And for everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to see everyone. We're here in Rancho Cordova in the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board's boardroom here. A few announcements for us here as well. If there happens to be an emergency, please look around, and please observe the closest exits to you. In the event of a fire alarm, please do evacuate the building immediately. Please exit through the lobby, returning through the doors that you entered, and proceed to the designated assembly area on the north side of the parking lot and await further instructions for emergency. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's item or for public forum, you need to sign up to do so. Please do just kind of see the Clerk of the Board if you aren't already signed up. Also, please do introduce yourself, any affiliation you have at the mic. And so as to have an uninterrupted discussion this morning, please silence your phones. This morning, we do have a Superior Accomplishment Award. We're still waiting on Eric Ekdahl to get here to present it. So what I'll do is go ahead and move into public forum first. And then would like to call up, I believe, as we customarily do any electeds, we move up ahead in the line here. And so as I understand, Assemblymember Jasmeet Bains is joining us this morning. And so would like to welcome the Assembly member to provide comment this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Thank you so much for joining us, Assembly member.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to take a moment and wish everybody a very warm, happy, healthy, safe holidays and Merry Christmas. I am here today to provide public comment in regards to an issue that's happening in McFarland. This is an issue that's been happening for a little bit of time, over a year, but one of the main components that we're advocating for is the funding for the temporary reverse osmosis treatment system for the Browning Road well, and then reinstating McFarland on the priority list for the wastewater expansion project. McFarland, as you know, is a very rural community in my district. I work as a physician servicing the area through my urgent care in Delano as well as being the Assemblywoman for the area. And I really worry about access to water, especially for rural communities, especially in McFarland, where most of the community are farm workers, hardworking people that definitely need access to drinking water. What's happening in McFarland right now that really needs to be done urgently is approval of the city's urgent drinking water needs application for funding to continue operating the temporary reverse osmosis treatment system at Browning Road well, and then reinstatement of McFarland on the priority list for the wastewater expansion project. As I said, McFarland is a very rural area of the state, in my district, but also in the state. My district, 8035, is the third poorest district in the state of California. So this is really, really urgent that we put as many eyes and ears to anything that happens, as oftentimes rural cities don't have anywhere else to go. And I really worry about, the impact to kids and families if they lose access to drinking water. So I'm here today just to advocate for McFarland. My office is available for, and as am I, for any questions that might come up. But if we can really roll up our sleeves and help out the situation in McFarland, that would be really great for that community and for my district as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your advocacy, Assemblywoman, and joining us this morning. And agree, this is an important project. I know Board Member Nicole Morgan and I had the pleasure of visiting McFarland when we were down for the Kern Sustainable Groundwater Management Act community meeting, and really just appreciated being able to connect. I did want to make sure an update. I know that on September 20th, the funding, $463,000 for the O&M on that reverse osmosis treatment system was approved. So that was on September 20th. And then the funding agreement was executed then. And then on October 14th, an $8.5 million funding agreement was executed for the new well and for the more permanent work that the reverse osmosis treatment is currently doing at the Browning well. So those funding agreements have been executed, and just appreciate though your advocacy, Assemblywoman, and the continued connection. I know Mayor Saul Aoun is trying to attend this morning as well. I think he's caught up in the traffic, and so look forward to hearing his comments here. And just thank you again for your advocacy for this work. I know it's been a continued priority.
Yeah, they did tell me that money was allocated. However, they need that money as soon as possible. Word from their city managers, if they don't get the money, any help by the end of this month, it's going to cause a critical impact to their water supply.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, certainly an urgency around it. So we'll, here looking to Joe Karkowski, our head of the Division of Financial Assistance. He's listening in here as well. So really appreciate it. I know there's urgency.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Next, I believe we have on public forum is Mary Wood.
Now it's on. I'm sorry. Hello, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Mary Wood, and happy anniversary, as it has been a full year that I have been bringing up my concerns for myself and potentially 6 million other Californians who do not receive safe, affordable, and accessible water. While our state professes safe and affordable drinking water for all under California Water Code Division 1, Section 106.3, it gives me merely false hope to many of the water consumers of small public unincorporated water system because there's no protections or safeguards in place. Personally, I have spent almost $110,000 in legal fees, where before, if you remember, it was only $60,000. But this year has been a big year. People do not understand water utility contracts for these small associations. They take no interest in getting engineering reports, rate studies, water quality and water rights into consideration. And it's a huge field. And so we are left up to arbitrators, judges to make decisions that are huge decisions that will affect my property in perpetuity. I was willing to just say, I will quiet my conscience by just getting a determination from a judge. In perpetuity, okay, these people pay 50% of all the rate structure, and I pay 50%. When it's $2,000 a year, and that's, not very much, but they pay only $250 a year. So their water structure is like $21 a month. That's nothing. And mine it would be cheap too if they didn't. What if they decide, and they're going to win every time, they decide to go up to $4,000 for me, and that's only $500 for them, on and on. And all I can say is that where is the structure that oversees these things that can help us even to bring in front of judges, to bring in front of the, state board. I don't know. People have told me you're at the wrong avenue to bring it up in front of you. And I probably am, but I don't know where else to go. So I guess my next struggle will be to continue going to you, but also go to the legislature. And somebody else said, also go to the media. I don't know. I don't know why my message hasn't been heard, but you may have heard silence is an accomplice to injustice. For me, it has been. I'm hoping in the new year, we can shatter that silence and actually collaborate and go together to work for me and the 6 other million people who do not have water justice. Well, thank you and have a happy new year.
Thank you, Ms. Wood, and you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Michael McCullough, be followed by Mayor Sawulayon.
Morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Hey, great. Hey, Mike McCullough, Director of External Affairs for Monterey One Water. I want to first thank the Division of Drinking Water for their recent update to the board about the state's progress towards achieving the recycled water goals that were set out in the California Water Supply Strategy. It's really encouraging to see the board express its support for the development of recycled water as a means for addressing the challenges we face because of the changing climate. Noting on that update, I want to follow up on a significant effort the water community is embarking on across the state to develop and achieve our recycled water goals. Earlier this year, I came up to the board and made in-person comments about a grassroots utility-driven concept of validating the advanced treatment processes for consistently producing safe and healthy purified recycled water for indirect potable reuse projects in California. The Uniform Guide for Treatment Credits for IPR in California, known as CalVal, has been supported by 26 utilities, 2 nonprofits, as well as 13 engineering firms. We've raised close to $300,000 to the project. We leveraged that by another $150,000 from the Water Research Foundation to fully fund phase 1 of the project, which defines a rational, prioritized, and peer-reviewed analysis of current practices. Phase 1 started in June of 2024, and the team led by the National Water Resource Institute has made significant accomplishments since then, include reviewing all the compilation of permitted IPR projects in the state and developing an international partnership with WaterVal in Australia, who has the same challenges as California. As noted in phase 1, we've received overwhelming utility and industry support and is focused on documenting the experiences and approaches from these IPR proponents to identify the research and knowledge gaps for the various treatment processes. One example of this that we've uncovered in phase 1 was that we've noticed different monitoring and control requirements across multiple potable reuse projects and facilities in California for each of the core treatment processes. And I think that's really interesting to note that. So the next phase, this is phase 1. So the next phase we're calling phase 2 is going to require extensive workshops, new research, and stakeholder engagement. And we figured this is going to take place over the next 5 years. The project team estimates it's going to cost $10 to $15 million to fill these data gaps for these treatment and monitoring systems for the potable reuse projects in order for us to create a uniform guide. As the team prepares for phase 2, we must emphasize how important the partnership is with the state and for CalVal to both technically and financially allow us to achieve the state goals, even at the local level for water recycling and the water supply goals. As I stated back in May, the CalVal team is committed to working collaboratively with the state and water regional boards to make sure our efforts help California invest confidently and safely in effective water reuse strategies and projects. We've recently had very productive meetings with various DDW leadership staff, and we are encouraged by the support for CalVal. Our intention is to formalize this partnership between DDW and CalVal early next year. In the briefing from DDW to the board, there was a remark made that the state board will continue to work to achieve the state's recycled water goals and support recycled water projects. We'll work on that by identifying, resolving permitting and funding barriers, expanding our portfolio of recycled water projects by implementing direct potable reuse, and funding and research to advance the use of recycled waters across the state. I think that remark is really important because it highlights the importance of the research that's needed to develop those projects. And so late last month, the CalVal team submitted a draft proposal to the Division of Water Quality to request partial funding for phase 2 of the CalVal project. As I stated earlier, we estimate the cost to complete this due diligence for these various treatment technologies to be between 10 to 15 million. And we're encouraging the state board to allocate some of the research funding that is developed throughout the state to assist in that phase 2 work. So we're just really committed to work with the state. We've already raised over $4 million for phase 2, and we're looking to secure more funding. So I just want to thank you for your time, for helping us to help meet these state recycling water goals. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well, Mr. McCullough. Appreciate your time and here updating the board on these efforts and the partnership ultimately, and as well, and meeting these water recycling goals here for the state. They're incredibly critical to the efforts we have around the water supply strategy, and ultimately just appreciate again the partnership of you and other agencies that are here trying to help us in some of the streamlining and other discussions that we have funding as well. So I look forward to hearing more and further about the project. And just actually a quick question, wondering what the coordination has been with water reuse as well, knowing that I know we've coordinated quite a bit, and especially in the direct potable reuse regs and some of the work that we're looking to do.
Yeah, we've coordinated very well with them. They've had a workshop just late last month. A lot of the team members were there for that. And so the executive managing director of water reuse is definitely in the loop of everything that we've been doing. So yeah, we have a great coordination with them.
Fantastic. Really good to hear that. And again, thank you for updating us here this morning about the work. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Saul Aon, and after that will be Jeff Ellsworth. Good morning, Mayor.
It's traffic, not used to it. I applaud everyone that lives in around these communities. We don't have that kind of traffic down to 99, or at least in the Central Valley. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members and staff. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today and the continued attention you've given McFarland. I want to begin to express my sincere gratitude to Chair Escobar, Board Member Morgan, for visiting McFarland and touring our challenges. And you've seen firsthand what we got going on in McFarland as far as from our water and our wastewater. But thank you for touring our city, our schools and stuff. You got firsthand. I mean, we're fixing to do a McFarland 2.0 pretty soon. McFarland USA movie. But let me get to the point. As I often say, we have a lot of people want to say it's an urgency, but what I call is an emergency. McFarland is a small, rural, underserved community. Many of our families are low-income, hardworking individuals who rely on agriculture for their livelihoods. Yet, despite the efforts that are burdened by the challenges and our failing infrastructure, our children, who deserve nothing less than safe, clean water, are being directly impacted by these issues. Over the past several months, the city of McFarland has made every effort to secure funding for these critical projects. We have reached out to the county, the state, federal representatives, even representatives that don't represent us. I still call and text. If you give them a call, they'll say this guy bugs too much. As well as organizations as self-help enterprises, we try to pass a measure for our obviously for the water rates and it failed. And that's the last resort we want to do, is tax the low-income individuals, especially working in the agriculture industry. But So we just need that lifeline. But every time we're referred back to the State Water Resource Control Board, and I think this is my 4th or 5th time being here, and I don't mind seeing you guys at all. The drive is good. And and here we are again asking for help on behalf of our residents and most importantly, our children. First, I might stress the dire situation of our water system. McFarland is relying on nearly a 50-year-old water well that you guys seen that it takes a 2x4 to kick up that generator when it starts failing on us. You've seen it firsthand. The Brownie Road well, which is essential to keeping our water well operational, but without additional funding, we are forced to shut down the temporary treatment facility at the end of this month. The system we installed earlier this year with the support of the Water Board has been critical to removing the nitrate contamination and also the TCP. But it's costing us about $100,000 a month, and it's 1.2 million annually. And I know we were funded for a new water well, but it takes about 16 to 18 months, and that's being aggressive. The well is essential keeping our water system operational, but without additional funding, we are forced to shut down the temporary treatment facility by the end of the month, like I stated. For a small and underserved community, I don't really like using that disadvantage because it's underserved. We cannot afford to sustain the cost without help. I asked the board to approve our urgent drinking water needs application to keep this facility running until the replacement well is completed. Without this funding, the consequences will be devastating for our community. At the same time, I need to turn another attention to another critical matter. It's our McFarland wastewater expansion project. Our wastewater treatment plant is nearing its permitted capacity and struggling to meet compliance requirements. This is not a distant concern. It's a challenge that requires immediate action. Just recently, we faced an emergency at the plant, requiring the removal of 6 feet of solids from one lagoon to another. The efforts cost our city over $361,000. It took staff nearly a month to complete the project. The expansion project will allow us to handle increased flows, manage solids more efficiently, and ensure compliance with the regulatory requirements. This is not about preparing for the future. It's addressing a critical and crucial need. The expansion project will reduce the need for costly emergency interventions and provide much needed stability for our wastewater system. Unfortunately, McFarland was recently removed from the Water Board's priority list for this project. I urge the board to reconsider that decision. We are at the tipping point. If we don't act now, the consequences could be tragic, not just for our city infrastructure, but the health and safety of our families. Let me remind you one thing. When McFarland receives funding, we deliver results. Earlier this year, funds were awarded for the Brownie Road treatment facility. We had it installed and operational less than 3 months. We are small, but we're efficient, and we know how to get the job done. I respectfully ask the board to approve our urgent drinking water needs application to keep the Brownie Road well operational and to place McFarland's wastewater expansion project back on the priority list. Our residents are counting on us. Our children are counting on us. This project are the lifelines of our community, and without them, the consequences will be devastating. We might be a small community, but the needs of our residents are just as important as any other community. Like I often say, it's not an emergency, it's an emergency. And before we get to that point, without your support, with your support, we can protect the health and safety and future of the McFarland families. I just want to finish off with the story. This is my winter break. Obviously, I'm an educator at the high school, and the number one question all my students, I have about 132 students at the high school, and the number one, not concerned, but they always say, "Hey, is it okay to drink our water?" And it's funny. I was telling the staff that during my break, I take my water mug and I go to the sink and I fill it up, and they're looking at me, and I get a group of kids looking at me. And I'm like, "What?" They're like, "You're gonna drink that?" I'm like, "Oh yeah." I start drinking. I said, "I've been drinking it for 45 years. We're good." And then they're like, then I get teachers around me, and I'm like, I'm gonna drink that. I said, we have the oversight. The state is managing our water, because you all know with the reliable reporter we have in Bakersfield with that story that was not very accurate. I'm still feeling those questions from a year ago, 2 years ago, that our water was contaminated. And so we still have those pressing issues. But, you know, just to go off the story, it's just our council, our staff is having the oversight and making sure that if we're awarded this funding, we deliver, and we deliver for our residents. So if you have any questions, concerns, comments, I'm here to answer them. Lastly, I want to thank all the staff members, all the board. Thank you for all the work you do. I know you usually get I don't want to say attack, but question and this and this and that, but it's a thankless job, but we do it because we care and we love our communities. And I want you guys to have and enjoy holidays, and I appreciate everything you do for our community. So thank you so much.
And thank you for your leadership, Mayor. Really appreciate it. It's been great to be able to work with the city here. I know there are monthly meetings going on between our staff and the city staff. I believe we're meeting today. And so we'll make sure, again, the funding agreement for that, the interim solution here was executed in late September. So it's been agreed to. We'll just make sure today in your meeting that folks understand how soon, the funds will be actually hitting your accounts and able to ensure that the reverse osmosis treatment is continuing on.
Absolutely, because that second well that you've seen where we actually kicked with the 2x4, we're having some problems with it now. And then it's the winter time and got to make a critical decision, either shut it down, lose pressure and stuff like that, like I did last year. And fortunately, we're fine, which I just don't want to go through sleepless nights again.
I hear you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate your voice. And Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Thank you, and thanks for the leadership of the chair and board member Morgan and staff and working with McFarland, and for your leadership and everyone at the city. And I really appreciate the need here and the priority and importance of making sure the community has drinking water and wastewater services. Obviously, it's top priority across the state, and McFarland is one of a good example of a community that really needs and deserves the investment. I really just wanted to comment because I wanted to ask, and we can follow up later, but maybe just flag for staff and you. We obviously have limited funds for across the state, and in the Central Valley, we're in the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. Through their regulatory program, there's CV salts and management zones, and the purpose of those programs is to try to help both reduce but also mitigate impacts to communities and wells from nitrate. And I really hope that, although we're talking immediate, like in the next few weeks things, but that I'd really love to hear if there can be discussions or progress on how maybe long-term or in the immediate term, the management zone could be helpful for the community around nitrate issues, because it seems like it's a great example of opportunity for mitigation.
Absolutely, and we're also working on that issue as far as that Brownie Road well was obviously affected with the nitrates, and it could be different. I don't say problems or things. Nobody wants to pinpoint where it's coming from, or et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, mitigating that problem is huge for us. And with that new well, where our engineers are trying to find a location where we don't have the nitrates, but we live in the Central Valley. So
right, yeah, and I the CV salts program is meant to not have to go down the enforcement route of saying this exact responsible party. It's meant to say, like, collectively, the management zone and all the nitrate dischargers are helping to make sure that communities have safe water. So but look forward to hearing if there's opportunities there. And maybe I'll follow up with staff on that. But since we're in the Central Valley Regional Board, while you're here, maybe there's some opportunity to engage. So thanks.
I'm available. So
thank you, Mayor. And good point, board member. I know it was one that was brought up on our tour as we talked about the Browning well and potential sources from where that nitrate contamination was coming from, and had good conversation with the mayor around that. So appreciate that.
And I'm currently working on that.
Appreciate it.
So, yeah, I'm doing well, I don't say me, but our staff and me, we're doing our diligence
I
on
appreciate that. Yeah.
So we got stuff moving. So
Thank you, Mayor. Really
absolutely.
appreciate your service and again, your advocacy. It means a lot in the partnership here. I'm glad to do our part. So thank you.
Awesome, man. Thank you again for your time.
Good to see you. Good
opportunity.
morning.
Sorry for being
All right.
late.
No, sorry in the least. Glad to be
Okay.
able to make
Thank
the time. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, next, I would like to call up Jeff Ellsworth, who'll be followed by Juan Carlos Martir, and then Ray Tahir and David Couch. And I think that'll be our final public commenter.
Well,
Mr.
hello.
Ellsworth.
Thank you. I appreciate the board, Chair Esquivel and staff, and appreciate you listening to all these important California issues. Jeff Ellsworth, I'm the former mayor of St. Helena, Napa County from 2018 to 2022. I'm circling back regarding concerns with Upper Valley Disposal Service and Clover Flat Landfill in Napa County. I appreciated the communication after my comments to the State Water Board on December 4th. I've since had more time to review the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board investigation report I received on December 2nd, 2024. I have to express disappointment with what I see as a report that does not fully consider the full scope of submitted evidence and testimony supporting the complaints regarding fires and contamination from this Napa Valley Waste Company and landfill, particularly as relates to the civil rights issues of the Latino workers there, including those that are U.S. citizens. I believe that public hearings with sworn testimony will be necessary to bring the full scope of this problematic environmental and civil rights situation to light. If the Regional Water Board stands behind their report, they should not have a problem scheduling a hearing with sworn testimony. I'm submitting today to you a draft that includes comments to the San Francisco Bay Regional Board from December 11th of last week, that this is an environmental and public safety issue, as well as a civil rights issue. As a public agency, the Water Board has purview to address this through civil rights policies of California and the United States, as well as your own environmental justice policies, including related to Latino workers. What if this was happening to an exclusively Scandinavian or Jewish or African American or Japanese group in the San Francisco Bay Area, in California, in the United States? Would that be acceptable? I think not. The fact that it is occurring to a group of all Latino workers must be addressed. It does a disservice to all not to address that. Please read again the current federal level lawsuit against Upper Valley Disposal Service, or at least the summary I'll include again when I send today, and consider the claims to the practice of peonage, which is a form of servitude toward these Latino workers, put in a position of being a subservient labor force denied rights. Please look at all the facts of what has occurred here, not just a portion of the story. I'm available to meet in person or remotely with any board or staff members to discuss. The main points of my December 11th, 2024 comments to the San Francisco board are or include that while appreciative of efforts towards investigation of these two waste sites, there's still a long way to go towards objectivity and accountability. Again, I think the only way to get there is through public hearings with sworn testimony. I was appreciative to see recognition that the UVDS Whitehall Lane waste site handles both compost and recycling and operates as a transfer station. This establishes that waste is and has been hitting a tipping floor at UVDS Whitehall Lane with associated wastewater and liquid leachate. There should be quantitative analysis based on volumes of material processed over time to understand the volume of leachate, where it goes and where it went previously. It has to go and to have gone somewhere. I was pleased to see that if additional monitoring will take place, and that's a start on the right track. But so you know, there was another official complaint in the past 2 weeks by UVDS Whitehall Lane neighbors of heavy chemical smells from the waste pond the company uses to moisturize compost they claim is organic. The fire marshal report is dismissive and not comprehensive. It does not acknowledge a recent UVDS Whitehall Lane fire in June of 2024, nor does it acknowledge eyewitness accounts of a combustion incident on October 26th of 2024, both occurring in high wildfire season. I'm concerned the Water Board report only interviewed selected employees, community members, and officials rather than taking a full range of input. Over the past year, there have been continued leachate seeps and a landslide at Clover Flat Landfill. The continued downplaying of the glass fire and radioactive waste incidents is of concern. There are at least 2 potential sources of radioactivity, one well documented. Further investigation should include focus on the types of radioactive isotopes. And again, and so importantly, the report doesn't take accountability for decades of contamination impacts to the primarily Latino UVDS workforce. Again, what if this was happening to an exclusively Scandinavian or Jewish or African American or Japanese group in the San Francisco Bay Area, in California, in the United States? Again, I think the only way to get to resolution is through public hearings with sworn testimony, and that's what I'm continuing to come and ask for. And I do appreciate your time in hearing this. Thank you.
Thank you for your time as well and for elevating this. We'll continue to work with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and just appreciate your advocacy here, Mr. Ellsworth. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next, I'd like to call up Juan Carlos Martir, be followed by Ray Tahir, and then David Couch. And I believe that wraps our public forum speakers.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Juan Carlos Martir. I'm a legislative staffer for California State Senator Melissa Hurtado, who represents Senate District 16 and the city of McFarland. I'm here today on behalf of Senator Hurtado to advocate for McFarland and respectfully request action by the State Water Resource Control Board regarding the city of McFarland's water crisis. Just like Senator Urbains and Mayor Ayon, Senator Hurtado is requesting that the State Water Board provide additional support and additional funding for the temporary reserve osmosis treatment system for the Browning Road well. And secondly, the senator requests that the State Water Board reinstate McFarland on the priority list for the wastewater expansion project. The city of McFarland needs urgent assistance in addressing the water demands of its residents, and the State Water Board has the opportunity to positively impact the health, safety, and well-being of McFarland residents. McFarland, like many small towns in the Central Valley, faces unique challenges and predominantly serves communities of color with a significant Latino population. The city is classified as an economically underserved community with a median household income of just $21,000 annually, lower than 80% of the state median. The residents of McFarland deserve the same water security as other Californians. Senator Hurtado respectfully asks that you consider these requests and take additional action to support the city of McFarland and its residents during this critical time. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Martir. Appreciate your leadership, your boss's leadership. And as we've heard this morning, we'll continue to make sure and be supporting McFarland and look forward to further discussion around this. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ray Tahir and be followed by David Couch.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Mr. Tahir.
Good morning, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to comment on this lengthy discussion on ex parte communication. Mr. Loffer has invited me to discuss with him issues, presumably the ones I raised during previous board meetings. I will agree to do that. My intention is to educate Mr. Loffer on what really governs ex parte communication and clarify differences among the general order, general permits, and individual permits which have been ignored. My expectation is for him to realize that regardless of pending adjudication relative to a general order, general permit, individual permit, or an enforcement matter, ex parte communication is permissible from the public to a board member or members as long as it is discussed to the other board members as decision makers. This is the upshot of SB 965, which is clearly stated in the Administrative Procedures Act, as contrary, unfortunately, to what Mr. Lawfer has asserted, which, as mentioned before, according to the Administrative Code, communication is okay as long as the disclosure requirement is met. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide. What I'm concerned about relative to ex parte communication, despite right in the Administrative Procedures Act, which has been in effect for over a decade, Regional Board 4 has used the ex parte rule to prevent the public from accessing board members through direct communication with board members outside of a scheduled meeting or workshop. This is especially true of the MS4 permit proceedings, during which time the public has been prevented from sharing its concerns directly with the board at other meetings not related to the MS4 permit and through written communication. Board members such as Michael Mendez was afraid to open his emails from me for fear that he would be in violation of ex parte rules. Recently, Office of Chief Counsel's RB4 legal counsel advised me not to contact the board in writing regarding a frivolous enforcement action against several MS4 permittees, despite the fact that enforcement actions are ex parte permissible. Next slide, please. Here's a recent example of permissible ex parte communication. Last February, at the outset of the RB4 meeting, Vice Chair Nahai indicated that he was involved in ex parte communication. He received a call from BizFed concerning the CII NPDS permit, which is a pending adjudicated matter, which he disclosed to the other board members. There was no ex parte communication here. The rule was followed. With respect to Port of Cologne 13287 issues, it provides for disclosure requirements and remedies for certain general orders. Here we have another justification for disclosure, but in this case, specifically for general orders. However, the problem is that a general order is not a general permit, and it is not clearly defined. Instead, it appears to be specific to non-NPDS waste discharge requirements, such as the dairy permit, which is clearly titled Waste Discharge Requirements, General Order Number, blah, blah, blah. For your information, if you don't already know this, a general order only applies to waters of the state and not to waters of the U.S., which applies to NPDS permits. Next slide, please. In a recent email to me, Mr. Lawford explained that NPDS permits are federal requirements and are also an order required by the state. I definitely agree, but it is not and cannot be a general order. If that were the case, it would say so in the NPDS permits adopted by the water boards. And note that nowhere in Port of Cologne, apart from 13287, is general order mentioned. This begs the need for Port of Cologne section 13287 to be amended to specifically define general orders, general permits, and individual permits. Since this will take some time, I suggest that the Office of Chief Counsel draft an interim guidance memo to provide clarification. The guidance memo should also provide clarification to the disclosure memo issued by the Office of Chief Counsel for each regional board. For example, in the case of RB4, its 2012 disclosure memo says that the prohibition against ex parte communication no longer applies to general waste discharge requirements, including NPDS permits, general waivers, and General Clean Water Act Section 401. The obvious question is, which NPDS permits are not subject to prohibition against ex parte communication? Further, what is a general waste discharge requirement? Why is the term general even used? Next slide, please. In the interest of clarity, the guidance memo should also replace Office of Chief Counsel's 2013 ex parte communication question and answer memorandum. As one of its themes, it states, if any other adjudicated proceeding is pending or impending before a water board, ex parte communications with water board members regarding an issue in that proceeding are prohibited. However, as just mentioned, this is incorrect, as EPA makes clear. The question and answer.
Mr. Tahir,
yes, sir.
I'm going to have to ask you to begin to wrap. I apologize. You've gone past your 5 minutes.
Well, actually, I asked for 9 minutes, sir.
I'm sorry. What was that, Mr. Tahir?
I asked for 9 minutes, and I thought, since nobody said anything to the contrary, that I was given those minutes.
Okay, well, it's okay. You can continue to just kind of wrap your points, but just want to make sure that you're past your time.
Yeah, well, I just have a couple more minutes.
Mr. Tahir, if you could wrap your points quickly here, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't we just cut to the chase and go to the very last slide. Okay, you back up? Yeah. Okay, to facilitate the Office of Chief Counsel's effort to provide clear definitions, I've developed this matrix template, okay, which identifies general orders, such as dairy categories that are not NPDS permits, but are instead are waste discharge orders. Other general orders are not subject to ex parte communication. General NPDS permits subject to enrollment, for example, the general industrial and construction activity permit, general MPDS permits not requiring enrollment and not subject to ex parte communication, and individual MPDS permits, which are facility specific, that are subject or not subject to ex parte communication. These individual permits include desal facilities, San Onofre permit, and the Boeing Santa Susana field laboratory site. And that's it. And once again, I'm hoping that, we could get these matters resolved. I can get these matters resolved directly with Mr. Walker. And thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Tahir. Sorry for having to cut you short there. Again, I know Mr. Loffer is in the process of writing, having written responses to your comments. I think there are still major fundamental differences that we have with you and some of your points here. Mr. Loffer, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add further as well.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it fairly brief because unfortunately I have a cold, but I partially, the reason I've welcomed a meeting with Mr. Tahir, and I appreciated hearing at the outset today that he is interested in having that meeting, is because there are just such fundamental misunderstandings about how Porter Cologne works and what the words that the legislature has adopted mean. For example, the legislature has expressly made the general order disclosure requirements that were added in Water Code Section 13287 applicable to NPDES permits that are general permits. The legislature spoke clearly. The ex parte Q&A document follows that legislative language, and I'll be happy to walk Mr. Tahir through it. For example, that matrix that you all just saw betrays a fundamental misunderstanding that all NPDES permits in California are waste discharge requirements. It's just that NPDES permits, which are required by the Federal Clean Water Act that discharge to waters of the state, are adopted pursuant to a special chapter of Porter Cologne, Chapter 5.5, and those waste discharge requirements serve as NPDES permits. And so the continual back and forth in these meetings and through the PowerPoints is really unhelpful. And that's why I've offered the meeting to Mr. Tahir, because I think it's really important that he see how all the threads are connected. Words really do matter when reading legislation, and we want to make sure that we have a common understanding, because we continue to see Mr. Tahir, and I'm going to use the language that's actually in Senate Bill 965's Legislative Digest, violating the APA by communicating with board members ex parte, in other words, outside a noticed proceeding with other board members and other parties. That's a key word in the concept of ex parte, derives from Latin. Party means parties. It's not just about the decision makers. So I'll be happy to meet with Mr. Tahir. We'll try to get that set up over the holidays and get some of these issues resolved.
Unfortunately, I'd have to totally disagree with Mr. Loffer, but I'm looking forward once again to hashing out these issues when we meet.
Yeah, I appreciate that and agree that public forum is probably the best place to learn and come to agreement. So I appreciate Mr. Loffer, your offer to meet with Mr. Tahir outside of the public forum discussions that we've been having ongoing for a bit now. So thank you, Mr. Loffer, and thank you, Mr. Tahir, as well. Thank you, and you as well. Next, I'd like to call up our last commenter for public forum, David Couch.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
You can. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is David Couch. I am the 4th District Supervisor in Kern County and this year's Chairman of the Board, and I'll be very brief. I'm here to underline and support. You've heard from the State Senate, you've heard from the State Assembly, and you've heard from the City of McFarland. I figured you needed to hear from the County of Kern too, that we support McFarland's requests, and we stand ready to help in any way that we possibly can. I also want to thank all of you and your staff for all the work that you did in getting the funding that you did for the Lamont area, the Lamont Public Utility District. That was a major win for them. That is a huge deal for that area. I just need you to do the exact same thing in McFarland. And I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I will be in touch because I need to understand more about your process because I think many of the areas that I represent, that Assemblymember Baines represents and Senator Hurtado represent, are going to be on your radar and hopefully one day on your agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that as well, Mr. Couch. I appreciate the time this morning in public forum and definitely look forward to that outreach. There is a lot of ongoing work and glad to be able to make sure we're connecting across all of it. And so thank you. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Have a great holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that wraps up our public forum, and thanks everyone to address the board this morning in public forum. It's a really important opportunity to hear from folks on things that aren't calendared before our items. So just thank you. Okay, let's circle back now, and we will actually now do our Superior Accomplishment Award, and would welcome up Eric Ekdahl in order to present it to our Clear Lake Hitch Emergency Team. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Apologies for my lateness. It took an hour and a half to get from downtown to here today. So lots of traffic and lots of very slow traffic. So with that, let's jump right to it. It's my pleasure today to present this Superior Accomplishment Award to the Clear Lake Hitch Response Team. You'll hear a lot more about the Clear Lake Hitch Response Team in our info item in just a couple of minutes, where we'll be joined by representatives from several tribal nations, as well as local agricultural producers, organizations, and those who live and work in the watershed. But before we get into those details, for the purposes of these awards, I did want to just kind of give a brief overview, a brief highlight of what the team has been doing and just how quickly they've done and what they've done in a very short amount of time. In December 2022, a coalition of tribes, including the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, the Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians, the Habamatol Pomo of Upper Lake, and Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, requested that state and federal agencies, including the State Water Board, intervene to help address an extinction crisis for the Clear Lake Hitch. They pulled all of us together into a meeting, which we now refer to as the first Clear Lake Hitch Summit. There have now been two more, but it's worth noting that that was on December 8th, 2022, so just barely over 2 years ago. The work of the tribes to galvanize action at this summit was critical for the board's subsequent engagement and involvement in all of the work that we've done since. And again, you'll hear a lot more about this in just a couple of minutes, but sincere thanks and appreciation for all of the tribal work. We would not be here without all of the action, the data, the science that they've done to bring us here today. By late December 2022, at the board's direction, we had already set up a team that pulled from across the division and across the organization, including staff from the Bay Delta branch, the Drought Planning Unit, and the division's enforcement team, as well as the Office of Chief Counsel. The team began to work directly with tribes, state, and local agencies in January 2023. In February 2023, Lake County had proclaimed a hitch emergency due to persistent drought, habitat loss, and potential extinction risks. And in March 2023, Governor Newsom issued an executive order which affirmed the need for continued action to address drought-related harm to native fish in Clear Lake, and directed the board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to evaluate minimum in-stream flow needs and other actions to protect the hitch. We also began to work with tribal environmental departments to analyze existing stream gauge data that they had collected, to develop and collect additional stream gauge data, including setting up several new gauges on key streams, conducting training, and routinely collecting that gauge data. And so just a couple of quick bullets to highlight what has been done since that time. In 2023, we sent out mailouts to about 2,600 property owners, just soliciting voluntary water saving actions. We proposed and oversaw the subsequent board adoption of emergency regulations for an information order on groundwater pumpers in key parts of the Clear Lake watershed. Once the orders were adopted, or once the emergency regulation was adopted, the team was also tasked with implementing and administering the emergency regulations, and then kind of issuing and overseeing the release of those information orders that went out to about 1,800 individual parcels. And that was just in early 2024, so less than a year ago. We just received that final data in August, and so we're actively collecting it, analyzing it, and working through it now. You'll see some of the results in a few minutes. We conducted dozens of in-person site visits and field visits, initiated a groundwater surface water modeling study, and initiated over 400 enforcement actions. Now, to be clear, these weren't all violations, and they weren't all things that were requiring formal enforcement follow-up, but 227 notices of violation related to cannabis and unauthorized cannabis grows, 64 surface water diverters for potential issues related to reporting, metering, and diversion status, and 61 potentially unpermitted reservoirs. And again, not every one of these was an infraction, but they did all initiate kind of an aboard investigation response. And most of the recipients were great to work with and understood the point of what we were doing and why we were doing it, and provided the information that we sought. You'll hear from others today on other actions in progress, and it's important to note that the Clear Lake emergency is far from over. There's a lot of work yet to be done. It will take years of concerted effort to kind of rescue the hitch and bring it back. But the actions by this team in the early stages have set a clear set of benchmarks for how we continue and how we work with tribal nations and the county and state and local partners. And so with that, please join me in congratulating the Clear Lake Hitch team. And I'm going to read out the names one by one as I go through the forms. So first up, Ryan Spencer McClintock. And not everyone may be here today, but if you are, come on up. Amanda Pearson, maybe online. Anu Krishnaswamy. Jessica Bean. Christopher Bymus. Aaron Bender. Zach Brooks. Max Castle. Nick Caroline. John Murphy. John left us to come to Region 5, so we're on his home turf now. Jonathan Pham. Alyssa Gray. Darius Tucker. Selena Vera. Abigail or Abby Warner. She's on crutches. Sean Wendell. Valerie Zimmer. Chris Van de Wingard. And last one, Catherine Lundy. And with that, thank you, and thank you to the team. Fantastic work and more to come. Thank you.
Well, and huge thanks to you, Mr. Ekdahl, for elevating the team's work here, and congratulations to the team. I completely agree with you that it was a real nimble effort ultimately, and one with the right touch. I know, water rights can certainly be a contentious space, but the good work that was done, the amount of communication and collaboration, I feel has strengthened the watershed, given us more data certainly to be able to understand how best we can address the Clear Lake Chai, the hitch emergency, but also just for the long term, setting up the types of relationships and discussions that we really need to be having. And so just really commemorate and commend the team's efforts here over the last years, because it has really helped to drive, along with other sister agencies as well, so much of the work that we're seeing in the watershed in a real good, quiet way. I don't think too many folks were paying perhaps too much attention to what was going on in Clear Lake if they weren't really plugged in, but it was a real bright spot in our ability to be able to do a bit more and do more nimbly. And so just really appreciate the leadership of the team and look forward to the update then here as well. So thank you. Really appreciate it, Mr. Ekdahl. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I also just want to extend a thank you to all the staff and just their, a large amount of work, a lot of time gone into this. And so really thank you. Also want to thank Mr. Ekdahl for going above and beyond at this last summit. At our first atmospheric river came through. And on the evening after the summit coming home, there was a rock slide where the Region 5 executive officer, assistant executive officer, and a board member were caught in that rock slide. One car was totaled. Eric came back and it provided assistance to Region 5 staff. And so just really want to thank you for turning around, coming back, assisting the executive staff of Region 5. I want to express gratitude from them. I'm sure they have expressed a lot of gratitude, and you will always be remembered for coming back and assisting aid in their great time of need there. So really, thank you.
The car was totaled. Apparently it got a little airborne. It hit a big rock, but no, happy to drive back. My part was easy.
Truly above and beyond. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to acknowledge the folks that really get the work done here at the institution. So thanks, everyone, for that time. Of course, yes, please. Board Member Firestone. Apologies, I should have looked over to my right as well.
No, sorry. I know we have the whole information item, but just while we have staff, I just wanted to say how I appreciate being able to at least even see many of your faces and hear the names of the full team that has been working on this. I think it's a really amazing example of our partnership and prioritization of tribes and tribal priorities, as well as working with diverse stakeholders across the basin and taking really kind of holistic and collaborative approaches. And I just think the staff here have really been models of what we all, hope to see in how the water board works with people on the ground and approaches the work. So I really appreciate that. And I look forward to the info item to talk more about the work.
Here, completely agree. Thank you, board member. Okay, now let's move on to our first item of board business, and that's consideration of adoption of the December 4th board meeting minutes. Look to fellow board colleagues if there's a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Excuse me, Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo and Chair Esquivel.
Aye, sorry. That button is not cooperating with me. Thank you. Board meeting minutes are adopted. Now, next that brings us to our uncontested item, which is here. First, looking to fellow board colleagues, is there a request to remove? And if not, appreciate all the good work that's gone into this item, but I think we can still take it as uncontested.
I'll move to adopt item 2.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye. Thank you. Item is adopted, and again, appreciate everyone's work on it. That now brings us to item number 3, which we'll hear from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board regarding an amendment to their climate change and aquatic habitat basin plan amendment. And at the top, Ms. Toms, I'm sorry. I know you were looking forward to being in person before the board for this item, but at least glad to see you virtually, and thank you for joining us here.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. All right, so I'll get going. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Toms. I'm a water resource control engineer in the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board's Planning and TMDL division. I'm excited to present our Basin Plan Amendment on climate change and shoreline adaptation, which was adopted by our board in June of this year. We hope that this proposed amendment will be the first in a series that will help protect the region's waters from the effects of climate change. Next slide, please. Today, I'll present the purpose of the proposed amendment, the elements of the proposed amendment, and our responses to comments on the amendment. Next slide, please. The purpose of the proposed non-regulatory amendment is twofold. First, it will update the basin plan to include information on how climate change impacts water quality. Second, it will update the basin plan to include information that may be useful for shoreline adaptation projects. Next slide. It's important to emphasize that the proposed basin plan amendment is non-regulatory and does not promulgate any new policies or requirements. We have pursued this path for multiple reasons. First, the proposed amendment furthers our collaborative efforts with the regulated community and partner agencies on permitting shoreline projects, especially climate change adaptation projects. Moving forward, we want to use the information we gather to further inform the need for a potential future regulatory basin plan amendment. Second, it supports our goal of being a transparent regulatory agency by documenting information that we already provide to project proponents. Third, the proposed amendment is meant to be informative and adds information to the basin plan that may be useful for permitting. Next slide, please. The San Francisco Bay Basin Plan does not currently contain any information describing climate change. Our changes to the Basin Plan include a new section in Chapter 1, the Introduction, that describes the influence of our changing climate on the environment through increases in global temperatures, sea levels, and the timing, frequency, and intensity, frequency, and duration of extreme weather and climate events. These changes impact water quality through multiple mechanisms, including through droughts and heat waves that can desiccate streams, catastrophic wildfires that change patterns of sediment delivery in watersheds, extreme storms that cause more severe floods, especially in areas where tidal drainage is limited by rising sea levels, and harmful algal blooms that result in fish kills and shift the composition of aquatic species communities. Next slide, please. The heart of our Basin Plan Amendment is a new section on climate change and aquatic habitat protection, management, and restoration. It provides information to assist in the planning and development of climate adaptation and other shoreline projects based on the Regional Water Board's review of the evolving climate change science and its knowledge and expertise in coastal and estuarine management and permitting. This information is based on science in the San Francisco Bay Habitat Goals Reports, Shoreline Adaptation Atlas, and related technical resources that emphasize the importance of long-term landscape scale, nature-based approaches to climate change adaptation. Specific pieces of information include, first, climate adaptation projects that utilize the best available science in the design of dredge and fill activities are more likely to achieve their intended adaptation goals and objectives. Second, phased adaptation strategies can help decision makers identify a sequence of actions that provide gradually increasing levels of flood protection over time, based on predetermined thresholds instead of arbitrary timelines. Third, climate adaptation projects that account for coastal processes that cross political boundaries are more likely to achieve their intended goals without causing unintended consequences for neighboring communities. Fourth, nature-based approaches and hybrid measures that integrate nature with engineered structural approaches can help create resilient shorelines that support co-benefits such as recreation and habitat for native species. Fifth, to design projects that create resilient landscapes, it is important to understand the reasonably foreseeable conditions from climate change. And sixth, dredge and fill activities in coastal areas may be necessary to improve the resilience of these habitats to climate change. Next slide, please. Regional Water Board staff engaged in robust public outreach throughout the Basin Plan Amendment development and regional board adoption processes. We circulated the amendment to our Basin Planning TMDL and climate change listservs, local tribes, and regional environmental justice organizations. As a result of this outreach, we held consultations with 3 tribes: Tamian Nation, the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, and Yochadihi Wintun Nation. None had any concerns about the amendment. Next slide, please. The Alameda County Water District submitted a comment letter on the Basin Plan Amendment through the State Water Board public comment process. Their comments fell into three main categories. One, minor wordsmithing to fix a typo and improve clarity by moving the definitions of tidal habitat, drowning, and downshifting from section 4.26.8 to section 1.7. Two, a request to highlight the impact of rising sea levels on saltwater intrusion into coastal municipal supply aquifers. And three, a request to include language regarding strategies to address climate change impacts to water supplies. Regional board staff revised the basin plan to address the comments in category 1. We did not incorporate the comments in categories 2 and 3 because they're better suited for inclusion in future regulatory basin plan amendments. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Toms. Really appreciate this work and the innovation that continues to go on in the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board around some of these discussions around climate change and the multiple impacts. Actually, do just have one question, and perhaps don't have too much to say now, but just wondering on those follow-on sort of potential regulatory then future actions. What are some of the flavor of some of those? But again, if it's maybe not the best place now to kind of enumerate them, but just wondering if there's a sort of a preview as to what further work may be coming from the data information that has been put into the basin plan here.
Sure, I'll pass this along to my division chief, Javier Fernandez. You're on mute, Javier.
So the first one we're actually looking at is we have a long-term sediment management strategy for the San Francisco Bay. So which we incorporated into our basin plan, which includes thresholds for in-bay disposal. We are trying to look at that, and potentially we'll do a basin plan amendment around that to allow more in-bay disposal in order to reduce the costs, because we don't want it to go to deep ocean where it's lost from the system. But in exchange for allowing more in-bay disposal, we would look for more beneficial use. So using sediment to restore marshes. That's probably the first one that we have coming up next that we're going to undertake.
Really appreciate that. I know the beneficial reuse of dredge material in the Bay Area has been a hot discussion for a number of years now. So appreciate that efforts at the Regional Water Quality Control Board can help to ensure that maximizing the reuse of that dredge material as much as possible. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just out of curiosity, again, kind of wondering what might be coming here down the line. So thank you for that. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments on the basin plan amendment. We don't have any commenters. And so absent any further discussion, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt item 3.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the basin plan amendment is adopted. Thank you both all for the presentation here, and good to see you, Executive Officer White. Many thanks. All right, that concludes item number 3 and now brings us to our tranche of informational items. And the first one is an update from our operator certification program. Want to welcome folks up. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning, still. All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Keisha Kelly, Program Manager of the Office of Operator Certification Program in the Division of Financial Assistance. With me today is Josh Zees, the Assistant Deputy Director over the program, and Julie Osborne, who is the program's legal counsel. Next slide, please. Today's info item is to provide a status update on the Office of Operator Certification Program, including the recommendations that were made by the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program and the Wastewater Operator Certification Program advisory committees. and the State Water Resources Control Board staff responses to those recommendations. The State Water Board is responsible for administering the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program and the Wastewater Operator Certification Program. The Drinking Water Operator Certification Program certifies drinking water distribution operators and drinking water treatment operators. The Wastewater Operator Certification Program certifies wastewater treatment plant operators, classifies the wastewater treatment plants, and registers contract operators. Both programs are governed by statutes and regulation. Next slide, please. The next two slides highlight the progress made on the development of the online applications. Next slide. In coordination with the Division of Information Technology, the Office of Operator Certification has continued development of an interactive online application portal that allows applicants the ability to submit applications electronically, review and resolve application deficiencies online, and track their application statuses. Last fiscal year, the Division of Information Technology launched the first phase 1 of the portal, which allowed applicants to submit examination applications for grades 1 and 2 examinations for both the drinking water and the wastewater operator certification programs electronically. This fiscal year, the Division of Information Technology launched the ability for applicants to submit examination applications for grade 3 examinations electronically. The ability for applicants to submit examination applications for grade 4 examinations electronically is anticipated to be launched this coming January, very soon. Subsequent launches will integrate grade 5 examinations and more complex certification and renewal applications as the portal is developed. Next slide, please. Since the launch of the online application submittal portal on September 19th of 2023 through November 25th of 2024, there have been 690 wastewater treatment examination applications that have been submitted electronically. There have been 1,753 drinking water treatment examination applications that have been submitted electronically, and 2,771 drinking water distribution examination applications that have been submitted electronically. Next slide, please. The next 4 slides provide a general overview of the rulemaking process and a status update on the program's progress on making regulatory updates. Next slide. The key milestones in the rulemaking process include scoping and drafting, public notice, board adoption, and submittal to the Office of Administrative Law. Since May 2024, the Office of Operator Certification staff have been conducting frequent internal meetings to scope the regulatory updates necessary for each program. Once the Office of Operator Certification staff completes its internal scoping, the Office of Operator Certification will consult with the Office of Enforcement and the Division of Drinking Water. After these internal reviews, the Office of Operator Certification will provide outlines of the proposed regulations to the advisory committees for discussion. Next slide, please. A simple rulemaking can take approximately 1.5 to 2 years to complete, beginning with the scoping and drafting process. How long each of these rulemaking packages takes depends on factors such as the size and complexity of the rulemaking package, public interest, staffing resources, internal reviews, and other logistical issues. Both rulemaking packages will require the same steps. However, the size and complexity of each rulemaking package will impact how long the rulemaking process takes to complete. The Wastewater Operator Certification Program regulatory updates are anticipated to be straightforward and result in a simple rulemaking package. The Drinking Water Operator Certification Program regulatory updates are expected to result in a large and complex rulemaking package. Once scoping is complete for both rulemaking packages, realistic schedules for each package can be developed. Next slide, please. The Office of Operator Certification staff still are in the process of internal scoping. However, the regulatory updates that have been identified at this stage in the scoping process for the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program include new and revised definitions, deletion of obsolete language, clarification and modification of qualifying experience for certification, clarification of education requirements for examination, and the addition of appeal and petition procedures. Next slide, please. The regulatory updates that have been identified at this stage in the scoping process for the wastewater operator certification program include revised definitions, revisions to the operator in training requirements, and deletion of obsolete language. Next slide. On June 27th, 2023, the Office of Operator Certification held a joint advisory committee meeting at which 4 sub-work groups made recommendations to both the drinking water and the wastewater operator certification program advisory committees for consideration. Both advisory committees voted to approve all the recommendations, but acknowledged that some of the recommendations required further development or modification to meet legal requirements, and that further discussion was warranted. On August 29th, 2023, the Office of Operator Certification held a second joint advisory committee meeting at which feedback on the recommendations was presented to both the Drinking Water and Wastewater Operator Certification Program advisory committees. The Office of Operator Certification identified which recommendations were considered, which recommendations were not considered, and the priority for implementation. The next 2 slides provides a status update on the implementation of the recommendations considered. Next slide, please. The advisory committee recommendations considered include utilizing a guidance document on reporting drinking water operator experience, modifications to the wastewater operator and training requirement and experience, amending experience requirements for certified drinking water treatment operators at advanced water treatment facilities, and establishing clear processes and procedures for implementing Assembly Bill 1588 and recognizing military work experience and education. Our top priority was the approval of a guidance document that outlines the Office of Operator Certification's process for evaluating and awarding experience credit for drinking water operators, including dual certificate holders. In August, a drinking water operator certification program guidance document was published on our website, and a notice sent out to those subscribed to the applicable drinking water operator certification email subscription list. The document improved transparency in how the Office of Operator Certification reviews, evaluates, and awards operator experience credit. It also assists operators with understanding what must be submitted with each application. The second recommendation considered was modifying the operator in training education requirement so that the required 6 education points may be earned after the operator in training certificate is obtained, but prior to expiration of the certificate. Implementation of this recommendation requires changes to the program's regulations and will be addressed in the wastewater operator certification program's regulatory updates. The third recommendation considered was modifying the drinking water experience requirement to include experience at advanced water treatment facilities for certified drinking water treatment operators. Implementation of this recommendation also requires changes to the program's regulations. The Office of Operator Certification plans to address this in the Drinking Water Certification Program's regulatory updates following consultation with stakeholders, the Office of Enforcement, and the Division of Drinking Water during the regulatory update scoping process. The fourth recommendation considered is assessing the feasibility of providing reciprocity or an examination waiver to individuals with military experience in the operation of drinking water and wastewater treatment plants. The Office of Operator Certification has been actively assessing feasibility and the regulatory updates required to implement, including how other governmental organizations such as the Department of Consumer Affairs addresses similar issues. Next slide. The Office of Operator Certification continues to meet with each advisory committee twice a year at a minimum. And in addition, the Office of Operator Certification Management continues to meet regularly with California and Nevada section of the American Water Works Association and the California Water Environmental Association to discuss action plans to address issues and concerns. Next slide, please. The following 2 slides highlight the Office of Operator Certification's top priorities, which are in addition to its regular workload of processing applications within 30 to 45 days of receipt. In no particular order, the program's priorities are the electronic online application submittal portal, the renewal of the computer-based testing contract, review of fees, regulatory updates, examination validation, and continued discussions regarding the T5 oral examination. Next slide. In coordination with the Division of Information Technology, the Office of Operator Certification will continue development of the electronic online application submittal portal. Continued development of the portal requires weekly meetings between the Office of Operator Certification staff and the Division of Information Technology, as well as dedicated time in between meetings for staff to test the applications and provide feedback in advance of each weekly meeting with the Division of Information Technology. Next slide. The renewal of the computer-based testing contract. The current computer-based testing contract expires at the end of this fiscal year. However, we may renew it for 2 additional years. Office of Operator Certification staff have begun drafting the necessary documents, working with the current computer-based testing vendor and contract services section in the Division of Administrative Services to process the contract renewal. And review of fees pursuant to subdivision D of Health and Safety Code section 106890 and subdivision E of Water Code section 13628. The State Water Board is required to review the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program and the Wastewater Operator Certification Program fees each fiscal year to ensure that the fees collected provide sufficient revenue to recover the costs of the programs and to compensate for past over-collection or under-collection of revenue. On July 16, 2024, the board adopted a resolution approving emergency regulations to increase the wastewater operator certification fees by 35% for all fee categories except for the fees for provisional operators to cover expenditures and begin bringing revenues back in line with expenditures, with the understanding that the wastewater operator certifications program's expenditures would continue to exceed revenues and that future fee increases would be necessary to completely close the gap between expenditures and revenues and achieve a prudent fund reserve. Analysis of the drinking water and the wastewater operator certification fees will be completed in spring 2025. For conducting regulatory updates, Office of Operator Certification staff will continue scoping, discussing, and then begin the drafting of necessary regulatory updates for both programs, including the regulatory updates planned to address the advisory committee recommendations. In March of 2024, a small subwork group comprised of 3 advisory committee members and Office of Operator Certification staff began meeting regularly to validate the wastewater operator certification examinations to ensure that the questions are clear, accurate, and appropriate for each grade level. After completing validation of the wastewater examinations, the Office of Operator Certification will start the examination validation process for the Drinking Water Operator Certification Program's examination. And lastly, T5 oral examination recommendation. Recently at the fall 2024 Drinking Water Operator Certification Advisory Committee meeting, a recommendation was made by an advisory committee member to convert the program's grade 5 treatment examination from an oral examination to computer-based. There is no legal requirement that this examination must be an oral exam. During the discussion, agreement amongst the advisory committee was not reached. Continued discussion at future advisory committee meetings is warranted. Next slide, please. To close out the presentation, I will provide a few program statistics on certifications and examinations. Next slide. Here is a snapshot of the number of drinking water and wastewater operator certificate holders by grade and type as of June 30th, 2024. As of June 30th, there were over 6,000 valid wastewater certificate holders, including operator and training certificates. and a combined total of over 34,000 valid drinking water treatment and distribution certificate holders. The wastewater total is consistent with the total presented last year, but the drinking water combined total has increased by approximately 1,000. Next slide. Here is a snapshot of cumulative computer-based testing pass rates from the inception of computer-based testing in February 2021 through June 2024. I want to highlight that treatment grade 5 examination is an oral examination and not conducted via computer-based testing. The far right column contains historical pass percentages of paper and pencil examinations conducted prior to the implementation of computer-based testing. The computer-based testing pass rates are consistent with historical pass rates. Next slide. This concludes the presentation. However, before we proceed with taking questions, I'd like to acknowledge all of my staff in the program and express my appreciation for all their diligent and hard work over this past year. And I would also like to acknowledge and extend gratitude to our stakeholders, all of the subwork groups and our advisory committee members for their time, participation, and continued contributions. And thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for those acknowledgements, and thank you for your leadership, Ms. Kelly. It's been just really rewarding to see these last years, just all the improvements that have gone on to the operator certifications, both in drinking water and wastewater. Some of them spurred by COVID, especially the computer-based testing, but all innovations that are helping to ensure that we have a workforce that is able to enter in, be able to help ensure access to clean water and sanitation, and ultimately just really proud of the sector. And again, all the work that's gone on between the stakeholders and folks in the program to continue just to improve and make sure that that door is open to folks, and that we're continuing to refresh the workforce at a really critical time in the sector. So just thanks for that review. It's really helpful. I know it doesn't get as much attention, the operator certification program, but it's one of our most important, and it's certainly the most visited when it comes to our website. More people come to that site and to ensure their operator certifications than a lot of other purposes as well. Just a couple of quick questions, and one, first, thank you for prioritizing the resources and working with DIT to create a web portal for applications. I think that's really critical in being able to even manage on our side the amount of workflow that comes in on those requests. And just wondering, I know some, when it comes to the higher grade certifications and starting to expand that portal, there were a few kind of pending or to be determined kind of dates on there. Just kind of wondering if you have a general sense of kind of what the timeline is for most of those. And here, don't want to put folks on the spot and not be able to meet it, but just kind of wondering, is this a couple year project? Is it a 3-year project that we're looking at? Kind of wondering what things are being scoped out. And I know it partly depends on what we have the budget and resources for, but just wondering if there's any finer grain on that.
Yeah, that's a hard one to put a number on. This project was underway when I initially came to the program, and I will say that what was projected, timelines that were projected, we haven't met them. There have been other priorities, or things have taken a little bit longer, some kinks to work out. Sometimes they program things and it doesn't exactly work how we anticipated for it to work, or other unexpected issues along the way. I do think that we can expect the launch of every grade of examination applications before the end of 2025. And for us to begin working on the renewal applications, we do plan to work on electronic renewal applications before certification applications, simply because of volume. There's a huge volume of renewal applications. Fingers crossed, hopefully that takes us only about a year to work through, and then we can move on to certification applications. I do anticipate that certification applications are probably going to be the most complex and complicated application type to convert to an electronic application, but there will have been plenty of lessons learned along the way to help us when it comes to that one. And so if I had to kind of give like a brief timeline of what we can expect with that, we also have to consider other priorities that DIT has that sometimes takes them away from working on our portal project, but they've been pretty diligent and dedicated to working with us consistently and mitigating any delays and any other priorities, communicating those to us ahead of time so that we can expect and anticipate that.
Fantastic. Really appreciate that. And just thank you again, incredibly. The other question was just when it comes to the regulatory updates between the wastewater and drinking water certification programs. Are you all thinking of lumping those together, or will one kind of go before the other probably then? And just wondering which one might, if it's kind of, seemed the wastewater had the sort of lighter touch on the amount of work. So wondering if that's probably going to go first before the drinking water operator certification.
Yeah, we do plan for separate packages simply because we don't want for one to hold up the other. And we do anticipate that the wastewater package is going to be simple. So we expect that the wastewater regulatory update package will move a lot faster and smoother than the drinking water one will. And we intend to do our best to not let one impact the other's timeline as much as possible. So that's our plan for that.
Fantastic. And just last comment, just plus up on renewing the computer-based testing contract. I'm sure there's, a lot of lessons learned as we implemented those first years here. And so, as we go to renew, just definitely plus it up, but, leave it all to your discretion and wise guidance here as to, what that looks like and for how long. And, if there's other vendors potentially out there as well, knowing that kind of did what we had to do quickly to be able to keep the program running during the COVID time. So just plus that up and just really depend on your leadership and discretion, which has been incredible. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Looking to fellow board colleagues, we don't have any commenters on this item. And so it's here, Board Member Firestone and then Board Member Morgan.
Sorry. Thank you so much. That was really great update. And really clear, a huge amount of work, huge improvements, and also roadmap for the big lift ahead. So thank you for that. And thanks to the advisory group members and other folks that have been putting in the time to help us chart this. And I do really appreciate that format of being able to work with the different stakeholders and echo, this is such a huge priority for just being able to have a functioning drinking water and wastewater sector and ensure that that's safe. So huge appreciation. And I think I really just wanted to be able to flag one of the things that I think keeps not falling squarely in any particular bucket within our organization is around workforce development and equity. And we have in our racial equity action plan a one item, I know we'll get an update later in the new year, but around sort of, I think it's framed as around integration with SAFER and workforce equity. And have, since SAFER began, I remember we've talked about having a workforce development strategy around as a component of that. And I know at the last update, there was some discussion of work through if there's some language access work that can be done to help support bilingual education and work with some of the other organizations that are doing work in the workforce development space around equity. So I think I really just wanted to put a plug in that I do want to make sure that we, you have so much on your plate that is very clear. If we have thinking about maybe structurally, are there people on the advisory groups that have some particular expertise in workforce diversity, equity, inclusion work? And, our SAFER staff that, including in OPITA, that have been working on thinking about work with the Workforce Development Board. If there's a way we can at least chart forward a strategy that we think is realistic. I mean, I'm not expecting us to take on a huge new area of work. This is a huge amount of priorities that we're being very realistic about. But I think I think we should have some kind of strategy that helps us chart forward with the industry partners, how we're working with the other agencies or associations this office and our SAFER group to just be able to support that. I know it's a priority, across the industry and our agency. And so look forward to hopefully hearing how we might approach that work given everyone's resource constraints and priorities. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I want to thank you for all the hard work, and this really is a critical program for the water boards, and it does go unnoticed most of the time. So really want to express my gratitude for all the hard work and really looking at streamlining the program. It has historically been a paper-based program, a lot of paper, a lot of time, man hours, people hours, just going through every, the applications, the exams, and, just stacks upon paper. So it's really exciting just to see the continued streamlining and improvements that have occurred to the program over the last few years. And so really, impressed with just the online application submittal, and really want to, see that continue moving forward. And the, question I did have was the renewal of the CBT, the computer-based testing application. You mentioned, Ms. Kelly, you may renew it for 2 years. And so I just want to know, was that a question between 2 and 1 year, or was there something different there? Just want to better understand what the May was referring to.
Yeah, the current resolution allows for us to renew for 2 more years. After that, we will have to go back out to bid for the contract. So that's why we plan to renew it for 2 more years before we have to go back out to bid for a new contract.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Just me being the one to set up the original was just wanting to understand and the direction there. And so just, the regulatory updates, knowing that there's a lot that, a lot of cleanup going back, and to really appreciate the process to go back and really look through and get us up to date on the regulations. And just want to express, one, just the military experience of that being a high priority for me and getting that worked out. That's AB 1588 has been there for a while, and really wanted to see that incorporated. And just the other, just looking forward just to how the industry has changed over the years, and it really going into advanced treatment and just a lot of the work of, especially with potable reuse and it transitioning. And the experience being also transitioning, really wanting to take that step back and look and see what does the future look like, and how we can really take a look at the regulations, just as you have with the OIT, and understanding of, how these updates can really serve us in the future and not become a hindrance to getting more people certified. And, just as we are with streamlining the pathway to getting certified and research, and moving through, but just making sure our regulations are also aligning with what our needs are for the future. So just really want to thank you for all the hard work and just your diligence to just moving through this. I know it's not easy. It seems that, you just kind of go through, I don't want to say checkbox, but it just, it seems that it may be simple, but I know that it's really difficult work, and it really does take some time and some real patience to work through it. So thank you.
You're here. Appreciate that, Board Member. Yeah, and what definitely comes to mind is your unit doesn't have a dedicated regulatory unit to go through those processes. This is everyone having to take time out of their regular duties to be able to do this work too. So to the board member's point, it's just really appreciated the work that's going into it, and understand it is difficult work. So thank you. Anything further from fellow board colleagues? And if not, just thanks again. I really appreciate the incredible leadership and work. Look forward to what I know are going to be further discussion. Feel free to come back up to us here and update us as things are going along. And look forward to working with everyone here on just a really critical program. Thanks for your leadership, Ms. Kelly. Good to see you this morning. Ms. Osborne. Mr. Zeiss. Okay, let's go ahead and give ourselves just a quick 10-minute mid-morning break before and allow folks to transition then to the Clear Lake hitch emergency update. We'll just come back here at 11:10 and start in on item number 5. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the patience this morning. All right, everyone. It is 11:10 and we can bring ourselves back. I want to thank everyone for joining us and hand things over, I think, over to Ms. Jessica Bean.
All right, sorry, a little technical difficulty there. Good morning, or close to afternoon, I guess, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you for having us. My name is Jessica Bean. I am an assistant deputy for drought and water rights modernization with the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Board. And I'm here today to introduce our Clear Lake Hitch 2024 information item. And as you can see, we have a large panel of presenters for you today. There's even more than this. We'll do a rotation at some point just for logistics so that you can hear from everyone. But I did want to do a brief introduction for you today. So if we could get the next slide, please. Eric Ekdahl was up here earlier and talked a little bit about the timeline, but just as a bit of a grounding to remind folks kind of how we got here, we have our hitch emergency timeline here. And as we know, the hitch population has been declining for decades. So that in and of itself is not new. This has been a longer term problem. And in 2014, California designated the hitch as threatened. And that is when CDFW and a lot of the tribes went into action doing hitch rescues, starting to do some surveys and gather information. But around 2017, we saw a huge plummet in, after 2017, in the juvenile recruitment. And that was a huge concern in terms of, having future generations of the hitch, and posed a lot of problems. But between then and 2022, when there was a tribal coalition that brought this to the attention of the state board and other agencies, there was a lot of work happening there. But this is really when we got involved from the Division of Water Rights. And so just noting that there was quite a bit of work already occurring by some of our partner agencies, certainly by local agencies and our tribal partners. As you also heard, Lake County proclaimed the hitch emergency in February of 2023, and then the governor issued executive orders in both March 2023 and September 2024. So the March executive order is really what kicked off the decision to look into groundwater surface water interactions, and also getting, working with CDFW on a flow study and a bunch of different pieces that way to really just make sure that we're protecting our native species when there are drought emergencies. And then in September of this year, that was reaffirmed. So the drought emergency was removed for some counties within the state, but Clear Lake remains under a drought state of emergency to work through some of those issues. Next slide, please. All right, and some of the work that has gone on for the past couple of years in terms of the State Water Board's response is really building on the efforts of the work that I mentioned that it was already underway. So through coordination and engagement, and also some funding that we have it listed here as $1 million in contracts, we were able to start looking into potential management actions, increasing our enforcement efforts. Again, Eric earlier mentioned some specifics on that. We're going to give you some updated numbers as well that include 2024 information a little later today. We also started data collection support in terms of both stream gauge monitoring and then looking at groundwater information, which, as you'll all recall, about a year ago when we came to you explaining that this was a critical data gap for us, that is when you adopted the emergency regulations so that we could collect that information. And we did that in January of this year. We started issuing information orders, and we also started our groundwater surface water study. And we're going to get into a little bit more details about where we've been with those over the past year and where we plan to go next year and beyond a little later. Next slide, please. Okay, so we did just have our third annual tribal summit, and I wanted to really do some key takeaways. This was a 2-day summit. There were a lot of great and robust discussions there, a lot of specific information, and just want you to know that there's no way to combine all of that into 1 or even 2 slides, and that's part of the reason that we have our presenters here today. So some of these folks are going to tell you some things that went on at the summit, but there is so much good work going on in Lake County, that there's no way to put it all together here. So just some key takeaways that really kind of apply to that task force that we've been involved in. So a lot has been done over the past 2 years and even before we started getting involved in this effort, but we are far from a healthy hitch population. And that is the key thing that you'll probably hear. So lots of good work happening, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. There's also a desire and a need to move from the reactive efforts that we have into proactive co-management and really looking into how we can move these things forward to get some positive outcomes for the hitch. And then finally, it's worth noting that it isn't about just fixing one problem. We sometimes can have a very narrow window in terms of our regulatory authorities and what we can do from the State Water Board and the Division of Water Rights specifically. But there are many different issues and everything is connected. Next slide, please. And this is just to remind you of what some of those issues are. So we have the potential factors impacting the hitch. We've focused a lot on insufficient stream flow, but there's also flow barriers. You'll hear about that a bit today. Habitat reduction and degradation. We also have predation and invasive species issues, and then water quality issues. So really, when you start looking at these, they can't just be looked at as one single item. They really have to be looked at together. And I think Board Member Firestone mentioned the holistic approach. And I think that's what we're really wanting to show here is there's this interconnection here. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps that came out of the Triangle Summit, again, lots of discussions, lots of individual projects happening in a variety of different levels. But from the task force perspective, there was a desire and a plan to formalize the task force, which CDFW has been leading and will be taking point on that. We also have a desire to complete the conservation strategy. The Hitch Conservation Strategy is a long-awaited document that has been developed over time through a number of different parties, and there's a huge desire to get that finalized as soon as possible. Of course, we want to continue data collection and data sharing. That's a huge important issue that we're hoping to build out a platform that we can share information on, but also start coming to shared understandings of what that information means. And then there's a desire to address administrative hurdles, which I'm sure everyone here understands can be many, and you might hear about some of those today in the presentations. Next slide, please. All right, so to set the stage for the rest of the presenters you're going to hear from today, we're going to discuss stream flow and population trends, habitat restoration and management, invasive species management, research, data collection and monitoring, talk a little bit about hitch rescues, coordination and collaboration, and then we will also provide some information on the Division of Water Rights activities specifically. So I am going to, at this time, turn things over to Abby Warner, who's going to talk through the stream flow trends.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. And next slide, please. Today, I'll be walking through some precipitation and stream flow trends in the Clear Lake watershed for several key wet and dry years. So this graph that is shown on the slide now represents the annual accumulated precipitation in the upper Cache Creek watershed, which contains Clear Lake and drains into the Delta. So I'll walk through a little bit about what we're seeing here. The shaded blue area is the average annual accumulated precipitation. The red line, which you can see almost at the bottom, represents the 2015 water year, which was a critically dry year and was included on this graph as a point of comparison. In that year, the precipitation was 81% of the average. Looking at the green line next, which is below the red line, you may remember that in the 2021 through 2022 water year, we had a very strong start, but we ended with only 75% of average annual precipitation. This was also the year when the first Tribal Hitch Summit happened. The next two water years, 2023 and 2024, jumped above the average to 125% and 110% of average, respectively, and are shown by the blue and yellow lines on this chart. So you can see those above the average. Let's look at a few examples of how this shows up in stream flow. So next slide, please. And you could click through 2 more times, please. Okay, so on this slide, we have shared this one previously, so I won't linger too long on it, but I just wanted to point out a few different takeaways. So the map on the left-hand side of the slide shows Kelsey Creek and a few other creeks. Kelsey Creek is shown on the right-hand third of the map, and there's 2 gauges that are labeled along it. Kelsey Creek starts up in the mountainous foothills, it goes through Big Valley, and then it drains into Clear Lake. There are 2 gauges located along Kelsey Creek. So the USGS has a gauge upstream and DWR has a gauge that is downstream, which is shown in red. So if you are looking at the chart to the right, you can see that the red line, which is the downstream gauge, for 2024, there was water in the creek until around June of that year. 2024, like I just showed, was an above average year in terms of precipitation. Max flows in the creek were around 250 CFS. And there's also labels on the graph to indicate when the stream was gaining water and then losing water later in the season. But I won't go into more depth on that today. Next slide, please. So then this is showing Kelsey Creek in 2023, 1 year previous. This was another above average year in terms of precipitation. So you can see again, flows are going downstream into June, and there was another max of around 250 CFS. And again, the stream was gaining until sometime in May and then switched to become a losing stream around that point. Next slide, please. And if you could click 4 more times, just to jump ahead. Thank you. So looking at the 2 drought years that I mentioned earlier, water years 2015 and 2022, the stream flow at the downstream gauge disappears much earlier when compared to those above average wet years. So in 2015, Kelsey Creek dried up at the end of May and max flows were only around 50 CFS. In 2022, the creek only had flow at the downstream gauge during precipitation events, and it was dry the entire rest of the time. Both of these drought years, the stream was losing and not gaining during this entire spring season. As you know, when there isn't water in the creeks, the hitch are not able to use them to spawn and rear juveniles. So this is very important to our discussion today. The dynamics at play here in the creeks are part of what we are exploring in the groundwater surface water study that's going to be covered later in the presentation. But for now, I will pass it off to Felipe Laluz to talk about the hitch population trends and highlight the other work being done by CDFW.
Thank you, Abby. Next slide, please. My name is Felipe Laluz. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Native Fish Conservation and Management Program. Grateful to be here in front of the board again, and just want to thank you for recognizing all the effort that the Division of Water Rights and Enforcement Division has put into it. We at the department are really grateful for their leadership and expertise. Next slide, please. I've been asked to talk today about population trends, give a brief update on our in-stream flow study, and talk about some of our burial removal efforts. Again, as Jessica said, there's a lot going on, but I'm limiting my talk to just these 3 points. Next slide, please. Diving right into the population, we have 3 kind of relatively long-term indices that we use to monitor the population. These are not absolute population counts. Rather, they're more useful as long-term to observe long-term trends. They only sample juveniles and adults hatched in previous years. So a survey conducted in a specific year doesn't show the larval fish that were born that year. They're just not vulnerable to the gear that we use. They do use standardized methods that we can share and others can replicate. And all of these started after the species was listed. So after the population had been in decline for quite some time. At CDFW, we use a visual survey and an e-fishing survey, so electrofishing. The visual survey is a point count of adults moving into tributaries in the Big Valley Basin. And the e-fishing survey samples shallow water within the lake to about a depth of 2 meters along fixed transects in the northern arm of the lake. The visual survey started in 2014. The electrofishing started in 2019. In addition to the CDFW surveys, USGS Center for Watershed Sciences, or for California Water Science, does a gillnet survey that started in 2017. And this samples random locations throughout the lake at varying depths. Next slide, please. So looking at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife data yet, one thing to note, the e-fishing catch is just raw catch. We normally would use this to develop a population estimate, but that requires us to recatch marked fish. So we mark them, catch them, mark them, and release them. In 2024, we didn't have any marked recaptures, so we were unable to develop a population estimate. And the low number of recaptures, typically 1 or 2 in a year, really means there's some big error bars on our population estimates. But looking at the raw catch, we can learn some things, mainly that there was an increase in detections in 2023, this wet year following a dry period. But again, these are not larval fish. These are juveniles and adults. So these fish were spawned in 2022 and before. That's, was their birth year. But we did see a relatively high catch in 2024 also. Looking at the visual survey count, of course, 2021 and 2022, very dry years, had very low counts, partially because these tributaries were dry. There was no water, so the fish could not access them. Again, a increase in detections in 2023, had a lot of water. For those of us in the county, they were showing up in people's yards and in ditches everywhere. Wherever there's water, these hitch will go in the springtime. Next slide, please. Now looking at the USGS data, so this is updated figures that you all have seen before. Again, 2022, that really scary year where only 6 fish were collected in that survey. And then looking at 2023, again, we see this peak in age 1 fish, so juveniles, and then some adults. And it really raised some questions of like, where are these fish coming from? And then 2024 catch did decline. So again, some variability in detectability and in the population going on there. But looking at the figure to the left, this is broken up into adults and juveniles. The number of fish caught in 2023 is still substantially lower than 2017 and 2018, which were the highest numbers detected. And again, this is after a substantial population decline from what we historically know the population was. So just to drive home that the population is still at a very low level. Next slide, please. Just some take-home messages, just to reiterate, the increase in detections in 1 year does not equate a population rebound. It did raise some questions about how we're sampling and where these fish are coming from. Some things that we want to look at are assessing in-lake survival and habitat use. We know that low dissolved oxygen impacts the volume of habitat that hitch can inhabit and can lead to direct mortality. We see fish kills frequently in Clear Lake. We want to look more into the role of harmful algal blooms, particularly the sublethal effects. So just because a harmful algal bloom doesn't immediately kill a fish, it does still affect either the food web or the hitch's health themselves. And looking at predation at all life stages. And all of these 3 are just to kind of better understand what the role of the lake, how the fish are behaving within the lake and surviving. We also want to look at potential sources of adults and juveniles. So what role does connectivity play in this? We are starting sampling in some of the smaller lakes around Clear Lake. And what the kind of hypotheses we're developing looking at our data is telling us is that there may be a metapopulation structure there in which hitch exist in small populations and then form one big population when conditions allow, in this case, when there's a lot of water where they can connect. Next slide, please. So on that connectivity theme, there are kind of 3 barriers that we think about. The flow-related barriers, of course, if the stream's dry, if that's a barrier, and what we call soft barriers, such as debris and vegetation that we see in this picture on the right, as well as hard barriers like this road crossing that we were able to put a small fish ladder that the hitch have been able to successfully use. Next slide, please. Addressing flow-related barriers, we are undergoing an in-stream flow study. The goal is to characterize stream flow habitat for hitch, identifying areas where there are problems such as impassable barriers or riffles and that sort of thing that they will not be able to pass under low flow conditions, with the objective to develop a hydraulic model for the entire watershed. This is really building on Big Valley Rancheria's 2G hydrodynamic model, And Big Valley Rancheria has been a real leader in addressing, bringing science and raising questions and making informed decisions and helping guide us in the looking at how tributary flow affects Hitch. We are looking expanding it beyond Big Valley and for six creeks within the watershed. Next slide, please. We've collected a lot of data. I'm not going to go through all of this. This map on the right just kind of shows some of the extent of where we're collecting data, such as flow. We did do some LiDAR flights to get high resolution imaging, three-dimensional imaging that we're sharing with other partners to inform conservation and other projects. We're now transitioning to an analysis phase, wrapping up the data phase, and we expect to have a draft report in fall of 2025. Next slide, please. Soft barrier removal has been a big effort, and I want to thank the County of Lake for assisting us in this, for really partnering with us, and the California Conservation Corps for actually doing the heavy lifting. So this is just, I believe this is Coal Creek. This is just a before and after. The same stretch of, what these tributaries look like before the Corps gets there, the Conservation Corps gets there, and then how much debris and woody material has been removed. This is a collaborative effort with these two entities, and we really rely on the county to get the messaging out, get our rights of entry, and then again, rely on the strong folks at the Conservation Corps to actually do the heavy lifting. Next slide, please. Just specific to barriers, we're going to continue coordination with the California Conservation Corps and Lake County staff. We do have are looking at dates in the coming years to get into the watersheds, into the creeks, and continue our work. In 2023, the Corps cleared 1.25 miles of stream bed. There's a lot more stream to clear, to maintain. So a big part of that will be educating property owners on their rights and responsibilities for maintaining streams on their property. There's some confusion among the public about when they would need a permit and what they can do. So we'll be working with the county on education efforts. And then we're going to continue to support hard barrier removals. There are too many to list here, but just some of the major projects are, of course, the Kelsey Creek Main Street Bridge. The county is leading efforts at Bell Hill Road, Coal Creek, and Adobe Creek. There's a larger restoration project with the Army Corps of Engineers, the Middle Creek Restoration Project, and then some smaller stuff like Seagley Creek, where the department was able to go out and cut some notches in some existing barriers that we'll continue to monitor and assess the success of those and really learn from, take what we're learning and to develop guidance on future fish passage criteria. And I believe I just have my contact information next. So please reach out to me and ask questions. So in-stream flow study for specific questions for that, and permitting questions if the public has questions about what they can and can't do. So thank you. And I'll pass it over to Daniela.
Thank you, Mr. LaLuz. Good to see you.
Hello, board, and thank you. I really appreciate being able to come today, and thank you for providing staff to come help us with what we're trying to do in Lake County. Next slide, please. Oh, my name is Daniela Santana. I'm the environmental director for the Hub and Pomo of Upper Lake. So I'm going to talk about a lot of projects that are going on within the tribe and the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance that is going to target riparian and wetland restoration, good fire, and a little bit about carp removal. And these are the projects that we're implementing because we can't wait for regulations, policies, and data to catch up. Next slide, please. So right here are some pictures of some hitch schooling in Clover Creek. And Clover Creek was one of those creeks that has a lot of soft barriers in them. So this is #1 priority to the tribes right now on the north shore of the community to get to this creek. Next slide, please. So the Clover Creek Restoration Project was actually started by Robinson Rancheria and with a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Tribal Wildlife Grant, and it's in partnership with Hub and Mitchell, the county, and the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance. And they're the ones who have been doing the majority of the work. So like the Cs, they're coming out, removing all of the soft barriers, but unlike the Cs, they're also conducting community outreach within the community and within the tribes. So there was a couple of instances where we had Tara come out and show our tribal youth the differences between plants and did replanting projects. Also, we did community outreach with the agencies. When you guys visit us, we're like, yeah, let's put you all to work and get some willow stakes in the ground. And because it's hard work. So we've also noticed that native plants have popped up just by removing those invasives. And this creek is critical when we're doing any sort of flood rescue events because they continue to go back into ditches. So without relocating them away from the lake, they're going to continue to go into those. So we need spots that we can easily move them to. Next slide, please. So these are just some before and after photos. Work started in fall 2023 and then winter 2023, you can see, and now current, because this is a consistent, we need to get in there and manage that vegetation and hopefully the natives will come back by themselves. And if not, we'll go ahead and replant some. This site is also, it belongs to Hub and Mitchell and currently they're using it for housing, but we also have a stream gauge there that State Water Resources Control Board has put up for us and has showed us what that is. And we have accessibility to see what the flow is at all times in that creek when there is water. And Hub and Mitchell also has an antenna array set up to detect any tagged Clear Lake hitch. Next slide, please. This is more photos. You can see on the left, the pictures before anything was touched, and now on the right, that's what it looks like now because we have continued to progress on that. And these pictures, like, it doesn't do it justice on the amount of work that has been done in this creek. You could really see the riparian and floodplain reconnected, and we're seeing that when we keep seeing fish arrive to this site, and now they don't have those soft barriers that they have to consistently struggle with. Next slide, please. So this is currently our neighbor, one of our neighbors reached out and was like, hey, you guys are doing great work on your property. Can you please do something like that for us? And we're like, sure, there's still funding available. And this was a Robinson-led project. And this is actually next to one of the county's flood control structures. So this also helps with flood protection. Next slide, please. And in here, you can't really see the hitch, but they're in there. They're underneath the vegetation, utilizing that open habitat now without soft barriers. Next slide, please. And then the next project I'm going to talk about is on a different tributary. This is in Scotts Valley area, Blue Lakes area, and it's on Scotts Creek. And this is one of those tributaries that has been identified to have a huge sediment load, and then also a lot of flood control issues and a lot of soft barriers and debris pileups. Next slide, please. So this is another Robinson project because Luis, the fisheries biologist and water manager, has been successful in doing community outreach and getting these applications in to do restoration work. He and his staff were out there one day doing just general fish observations, and they got to talking, and he's like, can you come look at my property because it's eroding away and I know it's going to be a fish passage barrier when all of this large woody debris is just clogging it up. And he's like, yes, absolutely. And he's like, hey, I know funds are available. I'm going to, if you work with me and you allow us to do things on the land here, we can do this together. And part of the application and outreach to this private property owner was saying, if you give us access to do this work, will you let tribal members come and gather any materials that they need? So anytime they go in to do any sort of restoration work on this site, if there's willows that are going to be removed, he does a call out to all the tribes to see, does anyone need willows to do anything with? Next slide, please. And so this is a bridge, and this is what's under the bridge on the right side. That's how much the woody debris gets piled up. And right in the center is a hot tub. So it's a lot of flow coming down the creek. And we always see fish here. And I don't know how they end up here because the amount of barriers that are here, I think it's impossible, but obviously it's not because we keep seeing them. So it's a lot of small debris jams and then large woody debris jams, and then replanting and doing stream bank stabilization for this project. And so these are the kind of projects we are continuing to look to implement, not only on the tribal lands, but all of the community lands as well. Next slide, please. And then a little bit about Good Fire. I'm not the expert on this, but the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliances, and what they do by bringing Good Fire back is putting in that other tool that we need for restoration. Next slide, please. So the Robinson Tule burn, I think it was 2 years ago, was the first fire that they implemented on Robinson shoreline in the more than 100 years. And so they were able to remove a lot of dead tule that weren't coming back. And they saw that as soon as they burned it, the tule loved it, and they came back, and the tule roots were actually thicker and more healthier, and also it provided more wildlife access. So it created hitch habitat, because before it was just thick dead thatches piled up, and that wasn't open. And the hitch loved the tule to hide in from predators. Next slide, please. But one thing that happens with burns is you're supposed to get a whole bunch of state permits or federal permits. So one thing that happened over this summer on July 25th, there was a wildfire that came through Robinson land, and it was the Acorn Fire. This had already been on Tara's books and Robinson's books with the BIA in the permit process. But it stayed with the BIA. I think it's almost up to a year before it got even reviewed. And so the fire happened, and they're like, that's 2 of our 3 burn units that we were going to try and do. So now they're struggling and seeing what they need to do because of these unpredictable storms that we continue to get in Lake County. We want to make sure the erosion and any stormwater pollution that may be occurring doesn't severely affect the habitat again. So there's 11 small streams that were affected in the fire area. There was multiple retardant drops throughout the whole footprint. Erosion is going to be highly likely. So we're trying to focus on the prevention of pollution, and not only on Clear Lake, but also on 2 ponds on Robinson land. Next slide, please. So Robinson is implementing some beaver dam analogs along all of their land where they can. So this is kind of some photos of a training that they coordinated with Tara and the Occidental College to come out and teach tribal members and Tara how to build beaver dam analogs to slow the water, to reduce erosion, and to hopefully stop stormwater pollution from further spreading throughout the basin. Next slide, please. And so these are just some befores and afters. So this is November 21st, 2024 is during that big atmospheric river during the summit. So we're like, oh, we got those BDAs in just in time. And then on the left, you see December 11, 2024, they held up. And this is only people cutting down some trees that needed to be felled anyways. And I think they did multiple structures on this site, and they're going to continue to do this throughout the watershed, not only on Robinson land. Next slide, please. So managing invasive species, it's the historical cultural uses of native vegetation. I can't explain that. That's not my culture, not my tradition, but gathering materials for basketry also helps with restoration. Gathering materials for regalia helps with restoration, because it's that symbiotic relationship that the tribes have with the environment. Next slide, please. And then a little bit about the CARP project. It's well underway. It's going. Their major barrier and obstacle is what do they do with these CARP once they get them out of the system. It's going to be like 8 semi-truckloads that they want to get out, but where can they change? Where can they take those to? Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are just my final thoughts, and just wanted to leave you with the more partnerships we build to bring the community in good relationship to the environment, the easier it will be to combat the negative perspectives that hinder conservation from being successful. We're met with sentiments like people matter more than a wildlife species. However, that's not the indigenous perspective, or that maybe it's just the time for the species to go extinct, or that is there even an ecosystem benefit? The rhetoric is found throughout the community at all levels. All the work you have seen and will continue to see, not only by the tribes, but our partner agencies, is a direct result of a community taking action, because there's no more time to wait. I hope y'all continue to help to empower the tribes so they can lead the stewardship effort that's going on in the land, because the land has been desperately asking for this. And thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, board. Thank you for having me. Good presentation, Daniela. Thank you. My name is Angela De Palma Dow, and I am from the County of Lake Water Resource Department and the Watershed Protection District. Two identities, same staff. And I really wanted to give a shout out to my partner, Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, on these projects, and to Tara. Daniela mentioned them, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance. They are literally out there right now in a wetland on Clear Lake planting tules before the waters come up too high. So thank you so much to Tara. They're amazing partners, and we could not do any of this work without them. Next slide, please. And so multiple themes, the one being everything is connected and nothing is more true when we talk about where streams, the land, and the water of the lake meet, and that is the shoreline area. So we're gonna mostly be focusing on natural shorelines, and a major part of natural shorelines is native aquatic plants and the value they provide, such as complex habitat for the wildlife, fish, insects, including hitch, the cultural use they provide. They're really great at cycling nutrients. Aquatic plants have been shown to use phosphorus and compete directly with cyanobacteria that cause harmful algal blooms. And of course, they provide oxygen in areas that are shallow, get warm, which is essential habitat for juvenile hitch when they leave the streams after spawning season. Next slide, please. However, not all aquatic plants are equal, and we have a noxious invasive species in Clear Lake called the creeping water primrose. And the primrose competes directly with habitat for native species. So one of the most prominent native shoreline species we have besides tule out there on Clear Lake is the smartweed. So in the image on the right, the smartweed, you can see it's stands up straight. It allows water movement. There's a lot of light penetration that can happen for other submerged aquatic plants. You can see how fish and waterfowl could easily move through the structure of this native plant. In contrast, look to the image on the left. This is creeping water primrose. Not a lot of movement there, not preferred habitat. Can you click, please? Next slide. Actually, the primrose will create conditions where the water is really stagnant and still, and this is preferred habitat for West Nile vector mosquitoes. And unfortunately, there have been several deaths in recent years to West Nile virus in Lake County. And so this is not just an ecosystem environmental issue for managing invasive primrose, but it's also a public health issue. Next slide, please. And again, multi-benefit. So aquatic plants, a vibrant natural shoreline with a lot of structure, a lot of vegetation structure, can reduce sediment resuspension. We do have a nutrient TMDL on Clear Lake. We have severe and frequent blooms. A future speaker will talk about that. Having a rich, diverse, healthy native shoreline with a lot of aquatic plants helps reduce wave and wind action. It keeps those nutrients and sediments in the bottom of the lake along the shoreline where they belong. And so it's another multi-benefit of invasive or native aquatic plants in the shoreline. Next slide, please. And then, of course, there's other wildlife benefits for native plants. So here we have some of our grebes, and they use native sago pondweed for nesting. You can see a nest here made of pondweed with some eggs on there. And then they use it in mating rituals, and then they forage. It's just a really valuable habitat that we want to maintain here in Clear Lake. Next slide, please. So how are our shorelines doing? How do we go about restoring and improving if we don't know where we are and what the current status is? And we really want to have some kind of quantified value so then we can have some metrics as we go forward and doing this restoration work within the shorelines on Clear Lake. Next slide, please. And of course, we want to maximize time and money. So we want to look to what other lake states have done. And one of the states that has the most inland lakes is Michigan. And they have an outstanding program they've had for about 20 years called the Shoreline Stewards Program. And we used a method that was created by the Michigan Clean Water Corps, or MyCorps, for scoring the shore. So it's how do you take a snapshot of or a slice of shoreline as shown here in the graphic and be able to put that all into some numerical value. And how do you do that around a whole lake? And so we looked to them and their leaders, and we modified the survey a little bit and used it on all 120 miles of shoreline in Clear Lake. Next slide, please. So these are some of our results. So when you look at Clear Lake and the shoreline, you want to notice where the green sections are. These are 1,000-foot segments. In green, the score when it's closer to 100 or green is considered a healthier, a better shoreline, more features of a natural shoreline versus red or orange. Those are closer to 0 scores. And that's what you would be considered like a poor shoreline where I guess room for improvement for that. And you can see there's a varied distribution of scores. There are some trends, some areas we can see. And generally, we see more harmful algal bloom outbreaks and severe frequent blooms in areas of the 2 lower arms. So the Oaks arm is the arm on the bottom, on the top right, and then the lower arm is the arm on the bottom right. And you can see there's more areas of red and orange there. And next slide, please. So here's some of the data for that. So we do have a lot of healthy shorelines as evidenced by the number of transects in the score range that you see on the bottom that are more in the green or closer to the 100 score. However, the average is about 63.9, which is a D-D. So that's not a passing grade for most of our shorelines here in Clear Lake. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of great shoreline areas, but we do have to do some work. Next slide, please. Now, through the survey, we do a whole bunch of evaluation on these 1,000-foot segments, and there's some data in there we can extract. So we can visualize specific information such as the areas where there are abundant like tule or native plants communities, or where there's bedrock. So you can never plant a plant in hard rock. You're not gonna be able to do that. So those areas are considered natural shoreline. So the larger dots represent areas where there's very vibrant, healthy, almost the whole length of tules, native tule beds, or rock. And this really helps us as lake managers prioritize our funding and our effort so we can target areas that need the most restoration. The other thing I'll mention is the majority of Clear Lake is private property, and it is severely disadvantaged communities or disadvantaged communities. So even if we wanted to go and do restoration on shoreline, we have a private property there. So what are some things we can do to kind of address that? And that's what this program is for. Next slide, please. So we have to have a holistic shoreline stewardship program that'll address some of the areas where we know we need to do work, and then some of our barriers that'll have a benefit for shoreline health. So next slide. And we've identified 4 phases for improving shorelines on Clear Lake, with the overall goal is to manage the invasive species such as primrose, and then following with native plant restoration. So phase 1 is low-hanging fruit. Get those public properties first. Let's get rid of primrose on public properties and get some tules and smartweed out there on the public properties that we have jurisdiction over. And then phase 2 is we can offer private properties incentives, make it real easy and really shiny for them to be able to participate in this program and get primrose out of their shoreline and native plants planted. And then we can also provide some technical and financial assistance as part of those incentives. Phase 3 is giving these private property owners and commercial business owners the tools they need to recognize what a good shoreline is and how they can promote those native and healthy shorelines, and what they can do to provide for more habitat for hitch and other fish species. And this is like a shoreline stewardship aspect of the program. And then phase 4 is actually kind of workforce development and kind of getting local contractors involved in being certified so they can do some of the heavy lifting on the shoreline and actually really transform some of these seawall shorelines into these healthy native plant communities. Next slide, please. So some of the funding sources, we have this program going. We have some in progress portions, and we have some plans that have been approved for funding. So these are the 3 major funding sources we have. We have a grant through Department of Pesticide Regulation, Blue Ribbon Committee for the Rehabilitation of Clear Lake, and then some annual tax revenue funds from Lake County Department of Agriculture. Next slide, please. One of the really great things that we got and learned from the Department of Pesticide Regulation Alliance Grant Program is the formation of Alliance team. And these are active and involved collaborators involved in every aspect of planning where we do restoration, who's involved, who do we inform, who do we include, and then actually doing the physical work on the ground. And this is a model I'm going to keep throughout the rest of this program, even outside of that grant, because it's such a great way to tackle issues like this. And these are just some of the partners that were involved in this first program step with those funding. Next slide, please. So I'll just go through some of these phases with some images. So here's one of the public property primrose removals we did. This is at the Clear Lake State Park. This is at the marina. So you can see from the left to the right, the primrose there before, and then Tara and our staff working to remove that primrose, and then the after here on the right. On the left side of this boat ramp and marina, we had a primrose removal a few years ago, and primrose has not come back in that area. So it's a really positive feedback, this program in this area particularly. And marinas are high impact areas in general because boats are constantly coming and going and can drag and move all invasive plants around. Next slide, please. Again, public property, this is the winter tule planting or restoration. And we pair this with a lot of education. And so we'll have Tara and cultural monitors and other partners of the Alliance team out and helping us plant tules and provide some education during that process. And it's really fun. Next slide. So private property incentives, and we're grateful to the Clear Lake Campground for being one of our beta testers for this. They have a campground right next to Cache Creek, right there at the mouth at the outflow of Clear Lake. And we are able to set up like an application process. So property owners can go online, fill out an application, and then we can determine which properties can get priority for going out. And actually we do the removal of the primrose for them, with the obligation that we come back in the winter and plant native plants. And then we'll have a monitoring agreement with them. So they have to, if they have to do supplemental watering, if it's a low water year, they agree to do that. And then we're allowed to come back and do some upkeep for them. Next slide, please. Phase 3 is recruiting shoreline stewards and providing some resources and education for people to manage their shoreline. And we've developed some of these recruitment tools into the program. And this winter, one of our jobs with our grant is to actually develop like a booklet, a manual, and a guideline for private property owners that enroll in this program. It's going to have a plant list, easy ID photos, what species are culturally important, and then specific resources and guidance for how they can maintain their shoreline. Next slide. And then phase 4, which has been approved for funding, and thanks to Prop 4, it looks like it's going to be funded come July, fully funded. And this is the Natural Shoreline Contractor Certification Program. This is not a new idea. Again, we reuse this idea from other lake states. And basically, we're going to have training, certification process open to local organizations and contractors and landscapers. So they can do some real, shoreline improvements like bioengineering and large scale aquatic plant and shoreline plantings. And this program even includes a demonstration garden on several of our county properties that right now are like a gravel wasteland kind of on the lake that really needs some beautification. So we're really excited about this program and hope to report back to the board about the success of this in the near future. Next slide. So this slide isn't reflective of the lake shoreline, but stream shorelines. And this is a fish observation program that we're starting to develop. We started last year developing it with some hitch positions that were allocated by the Board of Supervisors for County of Lake. And this year it's going into beta testing. So what it will give the training and the quality control for citizens and community members to go out and do hitch observations in a way that'll produce verifiable, credible data that can be provided to CDFW to help expand all of our efforts in observations because our watershed and the basin is just so large. And we're really excited about this, and we're working closely with CDFW to make sure we're going to produce some data that can be used in their models. And the community is just chomping at the bit to be a part of this. And we have our current staff, Chris Childers and Taylor Woodruff, are really leading this, and thankful to them for doing that work. So this is next slide, last slide. So far the progress for this is we've removed about 40,000 square feet, which is only about an acre of primrose. But if you come out and just remove a square foot of primrose, you're already sweating. So it's pretty good. We've planted about 800 tules. Of course, today, I think they're going to add another 100 in there. And then we've enrolled 23 private properties in our Shoreline Stewards program. And 4 of them this year, we've completed the technical and financial assistance for the primrose removal on their property. And then we're going to go plant some tules this winter also for them. And again, really indebted to Tara and they're our most valued partner and really appreciate their work on this project. And the next slide is just my contact information if anybody has any questions for me or want to be a part of our stewards program.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
So before we move on, I thought it'd be a good time to pause here to see if there's questions. You've heard quite a bit, and I have been slowly sinking during this presentation. So I'm going to switch my chair out. If you have questions, please go ahead and begin.
Vice Chair, please.
Wow, this is really exciting. Just in a short period of time to see all this work and the shift really to a comprehensive approach and looking at all these different factors and actually doing things on the ground. So I'm just thrilled to sit here and take all this in. First off, want to compliment you all for your efforts. And I do have a couple of questions. So I think probably for you, Mr. LaLuz, asking about, you had a slide on predation, water quality, and all these other issues. And so, and it looks like there's the stewardship program is well underway, and there's a lot of, activities that are underway now. But could you talk a little bit more about the future and where you're looking to go on some of the items that you had? You had one slide that had predation in several different areas. And so want to hear more about next steps.
Yeah, so we are currently supporting a study by Robinson Rancheria. We got, provided some grant funding for Robinson Rancheria to investigate predation. So they're going to start collecting stomach contents from some of the predators in the area. That's just an initial step. So we would like to continue to expand on that and look at predation. Robinson has really been leading the effort. Of course, with the carp management program, one of the benefits of the carp management program is that carps prey on eggs and even small hitch, up to an inch in size. So this will kind of complement that effort. Their study will complement that effort in looking at the role of bass, catfish, and other predators on larger hitch. I would be hesitant to recommend like a large predation study because it's a real data hungry effort to develop a life cycle model with predation, and that would require a decade of data collection that we really don't have. So with by funding these smaller studies, we can make some progress and learn as we go, take a more adaptive management approach, and not let the pursuit of perfection stand in the way of progress. But so we'll continue to work with our district biologist, Ben Ewing, works closely with Luis Santana at Robinson Rancheria and the rest of the group. So providing input on scientific studies and just really supporting that. Prop 4 was mentioned. In the task force, we're going to be developing a priorities project list, like what studies we want to apply for. So as those funding streams become available, we'll be ready to just jump on them. That speaks to the more proactive approach as opposed to reactive. I know when CDFW first provided drought funds for the tribes, it was kind of hurry up and answer these questions for us and get these proposals. So we want to work with the tribes in the county and other entities to make sure the proposals are developed and in place so that as funding opportunities come up, we can work on them.
Great, thank you. And then Ms. DePalma Dow, the training for surveys. Just want to compliment you on that. This is an area that I know the first time I was out on site, just really feeling a little frustrated that there was a lot of interest in doing this work, but then, maybe some of the citizens that were wanting to get out and be involved in counting, and then getting frustrated that their efforts, weren't being actually utilized because of the incorrect methods. So just want to hear a little bit more about that program, how widespread it is, and what sort of interest are you seeing in the training?
Thank you for that. So the training module has not been fully developed yet. We want to make sure that we're on the same page with CDFW, that the data outputs it'll produce are aligned with what they need. And then we can shape the training around that. But you also have a balance of, there's some folks there that have they have a stream that backs up to, or they have a house that backs up to a stream. Maybe they're a former fish biologist. They know what a hitch looks like. They know the hitch are there. We want to attract those folks, but we also want to attract a Girl Scout group, that can go out and have a site. So how do you create a training that can cover both of those bases, keep them both engaged, and recruit year after year? We are going to include annual trainings. We're going to have probably a lengthier module, for online. Shows you photos of a hitch as if you're standing above a bridge. Is it a blackfish? Is it a hitch? Is it a sucker? Right? These are all things that we have some really good photos of and videos from our staff and partners. And then we'll also have annual training refreshers that are a little quicker. And then we'll have some in-person opportunities, which these things have all been directed and identified as needs by the Board of Supervisors when they created basically a mini hitch program within the Department of Water Resources and within their emergency proclamation declaration. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Great questions. Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to other fellow board members. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, what an amazing panel and presentation. Just witnessing the partnerships across, land use managers, the tribes, state and federal agencies. I really think I'm starting to think this is a great example and a model really for other watersheds that are seeing some similar struggles. So just witnessing the fact that this has all come together, or much of this has come together just within the past few years, it's really commendable. So thank you for all your individual works and efforts. And I'm also reflecting on my last site visit and seeing some of these projects move forward, and especially on the invasive plants and species management efforts. It's really nice to see things happening on the ground that's providing benefit for the hitch. So thank you for your work. I also have a question for Mr. Laluz when it comes to your slides on the population indices. You talked about some of the limitations in counting the fish, and it's clearly a big lake. There's many tributaries that flow into it. You talked about some of the e-fishing, I think, and how it's just kind of on one area of the lake. Are there plans for updating this procedure in the future in terms of the overall population indices and getting a better sense for how many hitch are actually there? Because, one of the things that I just reflect on, I think it was 2023, we had the wet water year, and there were a lot of hitch that came, and we were kind of suspecting that the population was incredibly low, and then you were able to count quite a few more than we had expected, which was a pleasant surprise. It's a good thing. So anyway, just any thoughts or plans for future data enhancement efforts would be.
Yeah, definitely. And that'll come two things. Of course, the conservation strategy. We are, it's been a long time in the works. We want to create a better structure for the conservation strategy, especially in how it's updated and clearly describing what threats are being addressed by which goals, and drawing a clear line from okay, so, this is how a barrier affects, the population, their connectivity, being able to draw a clear line within the conservation strategy from describing threats. Included in that is the population assessment. We have a draft population target that was developed by CDFW, which relies on 3 CDFW surveys. We did get some feedback that it does not account for traditional harvest. So one thing that we'll be doing with the conservation strategy is further developing that population target with input from the tribes, and really honing in on what sort of data we need to collect to have a robust population assessment. Multiple streams of information. The second effort that it's really in its infancy, is we've pulled together a data synthesis team. Part of that will be standardizing methods across surveys. So for example, the citizen science effort that the county is developing can be looped into there, just to make sure that we're all using consistent methods and that our data sets can talk to each other. And then another big aspect of that is really pulling and aggregating all of our data into one place. The tribes have a lot of great data that exists in databases. There's, the USGS data, there's CDFW data. And so part of that data synthesis team effort will be to develop either an EDI package or some sort of repository for all the data so everybody can access it and can use it holistically. Again, so we're not looking at little bits and pieces. And so it's difficult to take all these different studies and surveys and really tell one story with them. I want to caution against, looking at the numbers in 2023 and saying that was a good year, because us as agencies don't know what a good year looks like. The tribes know what a good year used to look like. So we're still looking to the tribes to tell us like when the population is good, because we're really monitoring a depressed population that's on the verge of collapse. So just one point to keep in mind. But we have those two efforts. Of course, the conservation strategies is going to be a big lift in this winter, and so we're restarting the meetings in January with a more structured approach and a more structured document.
Thank you. Really helpful. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Laluz, and thank you, board member, for the questions. Speen.
All right, so I think we'll do a little shift here, if I could thank these presenters, and if you wouldn't mind switching out with our other presenters who know who they are. But we have someone on the Zoom too remotely. We have Sarah Ryan. So I'd like to invite Sarah Ryan to start her presentation.
So good to see you, Ms. Ryan. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I have a short presentation today about basically our fish rescues and some of our observations. As you know, the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians primarily does their work within what's called the Big Valley area. There's a number of creeks within this area where we have noted over the years that the creeks go dry well before the chai have made it back into the lake. As I think everyone knows, the chai or the Clear Lake hitch go up the streams from Clear Lake, and they go up the streams to spawn. They lay their eggs. The adults head back down to the lake, to Clear Lake. The eggs take a certain amount of time to hatch, perhaps a week, a little bit more. And then you have larvae, which are hanging out, getting larger, ultimately eating and, becoming fry, which you can see in just this cover photo, are not very large. This is a 5-gallon bucket, picture of a 5-gallon bucket with some fish rescue, with chai rescues. We are out there when we start to see the creeks go down in terms of flow. For a number of years at Big Valley, since at least 2011, formally, but also earlier, we've been, the tribe's environmental department has been doing creek monitoring, which is basically water chemistry and velocity, which is data that we submit to the Water Quality Exchange of US EPA Region 9 and other agencies that submit into there and support that. And so we are looking at water chemistry, and really primarily started that because of the chai, and knowing that they arrive at they become visible and arrive at a certain time when the temperature is warm enough and the turbidity is low enough to be able to start their spawning. There are a lot of things that tribal members in the tribal community identify when they know that the chai are running, including seeing a lot of birds of prey in the creeks, but as well as a few other items that are known to the tribes. And so, during a regular hitch run or chai run, the adults are going back into the lake, and the fry will continue to grow and then make it back into the lake. And that is something that now that we've started an intensive program of observations along with some of the other tribes, and thanks to the funding from CDFW for 2 years now, and we really appreciate that. We've been able to go out to many creeks and to multiple locations, and I'll show you some maps in just a moment. But we identify that there are a number of locations where the creeks are no longer flowing. And so that's why we end up having to, we watch those areas where the pools have formed, these disconnected areas. And when the temperature warms up enough in the disconnected pools, or the dissolved oxygen level drops enough, we notify CDFW and the other tribes and request assistance as needed and start to do rescues. So if you move to the next slide, please. Thank you. What you're seeing here is a map of 2024 pins within the area of the Big Valley, where we started to have to do rescues and notice disconnected pools. And so everything that has a pin that says 1, those disconnected pools started in April, 2 is May, 3 is June, and so on. And, there's only a small number of creeks that we're monitoring this information, but what happens over time is if the hitch have gone upstream and have laid their eggs, spawned and laid their eggs, and now we've got these disconnects downstream, those hitch are stranded. And one of the things that we note and identify is, is there any upcoming precipitation that's being, that is in the forecast? If so, we hold off to with the hopes that the stranded chai in each of those areas are going to be able to make it downstream, but that's not normally the case. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, and it was mentioned earlier that when there's enough water in the creeks, which starts with precipitation, of course, but also we all know that there is use of that water for many beneficial uses that are, allowed and legal. However, when there isn't enough water in these creeks or in the groundwater of that area, then these disconnected pools will happen, and unfortunately, the chai will get stranded. So yes, I'm bringing this up because and wanted to show you what some of our observations were leading to is to show that disconnects happen early. They happen in multiple locations, and ultimately it leads to rescues having to occur. If you move to the next slide. There's a series of photos that show the same location on Adobe Creek from August 8th to August 20th. And, of course, no precipitation is happening at that time. We're in the summertime. And this is, later in the year. Normally, in years past, I think just from like a Western science point of view, most of us would have been like, well, the chai are already back in the lake, and this is just yes, of course, creeks go dry. However, as has been noted with Robinson Rancheria's rescues that they did on, I believe, Cooper Creek in August of perhaps 2022, I can't remember the exact year, it was really eye-opening, like, wow, there's still chai that are stranded in places, along creeks that are private property. We can't access them. So there's an unknown number of chai that get stranded. So, but you could see in this photo that very clearly, just within a really short period of time, that a pool that is obviously not part of the flowing creek because it has since dried, but because of the topography of the creek, we see that there are areas that pool, and unfortunately the fry did not make it back down to the lake, and so now they're stuck. And it happens pretty quickly. Now this is a later one in August, but within the 2-week period, it goes from being a pretty nice sized puddle, and that was relatively deep, to being completely dry. And this is what we've noted throughout the season. As I mentioned, when our fisheries program does the observations of the creeks within the Big Valley area, they are doing water chemistry collection, as well as fish observations, and additional, just review of the environmental conditions of the area, basically a short habitat assessment. If you move to the next slide, in the bottom right corner is an example of some of the data that we're collecting that also is part of the fish rescues. But there are a number of fish that are also in the creeks that we end up rescuing as well if we see them. And ultimately, because there's not enough water in the creeks, and this is something that we've noted every year, pretty much every year that we've been monitoring, that we conducted over 60 or 65 rescues of over 24,500 chai, and most of them were fry, so they were within that first year of their lives. In the upper left corner, you can see that we have divvied it up by creek, and Coal Creek, being one of the creeks within the Big Valley area, had the largest rescue. This is an area that has a lot of sedimentation that has happened because of upstream erosion, which I don't think has been fully identified. Excuse me, the causes and locations of where the erosion is occurring. And of course, we support a program that leads to, healthy landscapes where erosion is not occurring. So there are a number of every year it's slightly different where the problem areas lie. So this year it was Coal Creek, where the creek jumps the banks because of the sedimentation in the creeks. We also noted that that most of them are fry, and in some years we've had fish kills that were adults. And certainly, if you go onto Big Valley's website, bvrancheria.com/EPA, you'll see some of the reports that we've pulled together from the different fish rescues a decade or more ago that were happening with adult chai. And so that's, it's just an ongoing issue within the Big Valley area of adults and juveniles that and fry that don't make it almost every year because there's not enough water in the creeks throughout their full spawning season. We do, of course, participate and collaborate with other agencies and with the tribes, and so it's been great to work with CDFW and the Seas and the water boards with the additional water monitoring and studies that they're doing, as well as vegetation management. We're also part of several different activities that are happening to help do restoration within the Big Valley area, and also have funding from the Blue Ribbon Committee for some restoration and erosion projects, as well as a groundwater dependent ecosystem project that will be getting started pretty soon. If you move to the next slide, please. Actually, I wanted to say a couple things before we get into, finish with this. And that is that I didn't talk about HABs today, harmful algal blooms, but the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians is 11 years into a regular cyanotoxin monitoring program on the lake, and have quite a bit of data regarding cyanotoxins in both fish tissue as well as ambient water, surface water, as well as drinking water, because of a CalWatch program that we're engaged in with Tracking California. And I wanted to note that we just got a report from the fish illness working group of the Freshwater Harmful Algal Bloom Program and the California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Network, of which I'm a co-chair. And there were 7 fish kills that occurred on Clear Lake this year. Not saying that any of them were hitch. And matter of fact, those fish kills don't, there's not like a full enumeration of all the species that are in them. However, 6 of the 7 fish kills in the lake this year were identified by the illness working group as having been caused by harmful algal blooms, and that's primarily because of the dissolved oxygen drop that happens when the harmful algal blooms are dying off. Just like any organic matter, when a die off is happening, there's a consumption of the oxygen, and so it drops. So, we do know that harmful algal blooms are affecting the fish, including the chai, in multiple ways, starting with the DO drops. So anyway, I would like to thank our fisheries program manager, Alfred Boletto, who was out this year doing many of those observations. We also had a fisheries technician, Sky Rodriguez, who was with us for quite a while. And, we are going to continue to do this work of doing measurements and monitoring within the creeks of the Big Valley area in order to ensure that the science is there and the observations are there so that we can better manage water quality and water quantity within the whole watershed. I didn't have time to go into the programs that we've had for at least 5 years in looking at the groundwater surface water interaction with pressure transducers in creeks and sonic water level indicators measuring groundwater elevation in the wells. But that is something that we have been doing for a number of years. I believe that Felipe Laluz referred to it. And we know that, looking at the groundwater and surface water demand and, timing it in such a way that there can be enough flow and enough depth in the creeks means that during the spawning season, which obviously goes through August and has been for a number of years, we're noting that type of better water management and water quantity management will mean that there'll be enough flow and we won't have to do these many rescues. We won't, there's an unknown number of fish that die every year and has already been identified today. There are the chai, even though, we've had some surges last year in particular, the numbers are still not enough to sustain both traditional harvest as well as, a healthy population that means that the chai will exist into the future. So thank you for the opportunity to speak about water quantity during and our observations at Big Valley during the 2024 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Ryan. Really appreciate your just ongoing leadership here, and I acknowledge that, and the tribe importantly, and acknowledge the harmful algal bloom work that's been going on for a number of years. I felt it was a really critical actual foundation to a lot of the work that's gone on these last years. And so just appreciate the partnership with the tribe and yourself. Leadership is really appreciated. Thank you. Ms. Bean.
All right, thank you. We're going to transition a bit and have some updates from the Division of Water Rights work, and then we'll be speaking with some of our agricultural partners as well. So, Erin.
Thank you. There we go. All right, so Erin Bender, Senior Scientist Specialist with the Division of Water Rights. As we've been hearing from our speakers, the challenges facing the hitch are complex and varied, and water quality issues in the lake could be a significant component to hitch survival. The Central Valley Regional Water Board has been doing important work in addressing water quality issues. In addition to the nutrient TMDL management program for non-point discharges into the lake, they have also been supporting Big Valley tribes in doing their holiday HABs sampling, as well as working closely with the Blue Ribbon Committee on a HAB study, on a harmful algal bloom study. The data out of this study is actually really pretty interesting. What it's indicating is that external loading is not the only issue in the lake, that internal loading in combination with low dissolved oxygen and column mixing, water column mixing because of wave action and wind action is one of the primary drivers of harmful algal blooms in the lake. So next step in these studies is some genetic typing to identify the type of cyanobacteria that's driving these harmful algal blooms, and pilot studies to start evaluating potential management strategies. Other activities the regional board is taking on is the ongoing ILRP monitoring and compliance and evaluating low threat MPDS permits for stream flow augmentation. So when the streams do go dry, which we hear they do, and the hitch gets stranded, property owners would be able to release water into the streams to help stabilize low DO and temperature until crews can get out there and conduct necessary fish rescues. So we're looking into, or the regional board is looking into, that as an option, as well as ongoing coordination with DTSC and EPA on the Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine coordination. Next slide, please. So let's get into the emergency information order regulations. As a reminder, they were adopted this time last year, and they became effective in January of this year. The purpose of these emergency regulations and the information order was to gather information to better understand how groundwater pumping and surface water diversions could affect creek flows critical for the Clear Lake Hitch. With the desired outcome of developing a groundwater surface water study and model, it's helpful to note that the emergency order regulations are set to expire next month, and at this time, staff are not recommending readoption. And we'll talk more about that later in the presentation. Next slide, please. Staff needed, the Clear Lake watershed is over 300,000 acres, and staff needed a framework to identify which parcels were going to provide data that would be meaningful and helpful for the groundwater surface water study. And so after much research, they determined that parcels within the Big Valley groundwater basin would be helpful, and that data collected would help inform the GSP. They also identified parcels within 1,000 feet of critical hitch creeks. And we can see in this image here, those specific creeks are highlighted, and they were also outlined in the order regulations. And lastly, where preliminary data was showing that groundwater may be connected to spawning habitat, we issued orders to those parcels. The reporting timeframe was from the end of February through the end of August. And we created 2 reporting pathways, one directly to the State Water Board, and then an alternative compliance pathway with the Farm Bureau. And I'll talk more about that in just a moment. Staff ended up mailing in January of 2024 over 1,800, we mailed info orders to over 1,800 parcels. What we came to find out is that many of these parcels, especially those located in the Big Valley groundwater basin, many of these parcels were domestic water users or inactive, or they weren't using water, it was dry farming. And so because the focus of this information order was to gather meaningful data for a groundwater surface water study, we identified or prioritized parcels with irrigated agriculture or parcels using water for commercial, institutional, and industrial water uses. So that was the primary focus. Next slide, please. Info order recipients were asked to provide data on the following things. First of all, groundwater well locations. We were interested in their lat and long. They also provide specifications of their well depth, pumping rates, screen intervals, and if they had it, upload, please, a well completion report. Recipients were asked to track their volumetric groundwater pumping from March 1 through July 31st. They also shared information about how that water is being used, type of crop or activity, and how that water is distributed over the property. And then lastly, report any frost protection events. Next slide, please. So as previously stated, there were 2 reporting pathways. Early in the outreach process, we heard from the public about concerns over privacy. And so we created 2 reporting pathways. The default reporting pathway was direct to the State Water Board. Recipients of the info order could also sign on with the Lake County Farm Bureau through an alternative compliance program. And this program required recipients to report all the same information and had all the same deadlines as the State Water Board direct reporting pathway. The only difference was that some data was summarized on a spatial scale determined by the State Water Board to help provide a layer of privacy. It's important to note here that well locations, despite which reporting pathway you chose, was reported on an individual basis. Project the next slide, please. Perfect, thanks. We are pleased to announce that through both of these reporting pathways, we have received over 90% compliance. What this means is that 90% of people that received an info order have given us data. And there were some enforcement actions. There were 2 administrative civil liability complaints or penalties that were mailed out. And just this week, we found out that enforcement had been working very closely with those individuals and have already brought them into compliance. So in general, we feel that the info order has been successful in providing us meaningful data or providing us data. We're in the process of going through that data and analyzing it now. And we will continue on compliance efforts to continue to try to bring more people into compliance and process the data. Next slide, please. All right. Early on in this process, a group of farmers came to us and said, how can we help? And this collaboration evolved into a voluntary agreement with the Lake County land stewards. In addition to providing all the same information as the info order, the land stewards initiated some data collection efforts. They initiated groundwater monitoring programs. They initiated stream gauging and partnered with UC Davis on a temperature inversion study to better understand if fans could be an alternative to irrigation for frost protection. And we actually have our agricultural partners here with us today to talk more about both the Farm Bureau's alternative compliance plan and the land stewards voluntary agreement. I'll hand it over to them.
Awesome. Thanks, Erin. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the staff. It was really nice to see all of the faces maybe we haven't been so familiar with that have been working on this issue over the past year. So I just wanted to give another shout out to your guys' staff team. It's been a pleasure to work with you this year, and I'm grateful to be back here and share more about what we've done over the past year. So again, I'm Rebecca with Lake County Farm Bureau, and I'll talk just a little bit more about our reporting pathway and the success we've had, maybe some lessons that we've learned over the past year. If you'd go ahead and advance it to the next slide, please. So there's a few slides here. We're not going to go through them until the end of our stakeholder presentation, but just some visual aids as we talk through the work that's been done. So Erin mentioned that in February, information orders were mailed out to over 1,800 parcels. And just to kind of scale that for you guys, in the immediate week following those letters being mailed out, our office received over 600 phone calls. Yeah, so the response was overwhelming. And needless to say, because this is a new pathway and new reporting that landowners have never engaged in the past, there was definitely a learning curve, which was a big part of those 600 phone calls we received. So again, I know state staff was also receiving similar feedback. Anyways, we signed up quite a few reporters through the Lake County Farm Bureau pathway. And as Erin had mentioned, they reported all of the same information that was required through the state's pathway. And so we started with that data collection in February. We had 2 rounds of data collection and actually developed our own platform to receive that information. And after the information was submitted, our team went through and performed QA/QC on that information just to make sure that there were no misreports and that all of that information was logical and kind of fell within the realm that it should. And so we did that and then later sent it off to be analyzed by the professionals. So that was done for both the first and second round of information, which just wrapped up in August. And then we've been continuing to work with state staff to bring some folks who hadn't reported either through their pathway or through our pathway into compliance. But as Erin mentioned, both pathways were really successful, especially for a first time reporting program. I think that's unheard of, especially with some of the other regulatory programs I work with. So again, I mean, that needs a lot of recognition that there was such a high compliance rate.
Here. I really appreciate that, Ms. Harper. And actually kind of wondering what the split is ultimately from those that took the alternative compliance pathway versus the direct reporting. Do you know, or do we know generally?
I think Aaron's best suited to answer that.
Yeah.
I mean, not that it's a contest, but I would say the alternative compliance plan had 100% of your participants providing some level of data.
Yeah. And wondering, I guess.
Oh,
We're enrolled in ours versus enrolled in theirs.
I think
it's about half and half.
About half and half. Okay. That's helpful. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. So like Aaron said, we did have a really high compliance rate. And it was split about half and half, I think, between the participants, which chose each pathway. I think it's also important to note, as Aaron had mentioned, a lot of the folks who received information orders were actually domestic users. So that was helpful to learn and kind of sort those folks out into the appropriate pathways and not necessarily be reporting the same information. So another component of the LCFB reporting pathway included some additional data enhancement actions. And so we've been working with state staff and with local landowners to get some of those actions rolling, which include aquifer pump tests, some monitoring well installation, stream gauging, and other activities of that nature. So I know Val's been working on that, and we're just kind of starting to get those actions rolling. As you can imagine, as I know staff is aware, a lot of these things took significantly longer than we expected them to. And that's part of the lessons learned category of my little recap here. But yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to wrap up by saying it's been quite the year. We're very grateful to have been engaged with such a wonderful staff team, and also to have been engaged with the other partners throughout the county, especially Daniela Santana. She's here and gave a wonderful presentation. Her and Luis have been doing amazing work throughout the year. And so I also wanted to give them some recognition. It's been a pleasure to work with them as well. And so although we don't have a formal agreement in place moving into the future, I'm comfortable, and I hope that staff is comfortable, that we've built a really strong relationship rooted in trust and follow through. And so I'm confident that we'll be able, on Farm Bureau's end, to continue working as a facilitator on those voluntary enhancement actions and really any other needs that State Water Board staff has in the future, as well as continuing with the education component to not only the ag stakeholder community, but to the broader community as well. And so we do have a stakeholder engagement and community engagement forum scheduled for January, similar to the forum that we hosted earlier this year. And so we'll continue to work with staff on education and also outreach to landowners who are interested in continuing with those voluntary enhancement actions. Thanks.
Thank you. And for as much thanks as you gave to others, just have to acknowledge and appreciate your leadership across this as well. I know these last years, it's been, to your point, a lot of trust building and a lot of follow through ultimately, and what we all have laid out as a vision for moving forward. And having the alternative compliance pathway was an important part of all this. Just bring folks along and see that we can all have different, use different tools and have different avenues, but have the same information together ultimately and have a better understanding of the watershed. So huge thanks to you and your leadership in working with us for that. So thank you, Ms. Harper. Good to see you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. It's been a minute. Thank you, Rebecca, and others who've spoken already. I mean only to follow on and add hopefully some value. My name is Will Weiss. We've spoken before, but I am a pear and wine grape grower in Lake County, and I join you today on behalf of Lake County Land Stewards, the other alternative compliance group that has been working on this issue with the Farm Bureau and with the Water Board so far. I join you as a pear and wine grape grower, but I also work closely with a group of growers now in Lake County who have worked diligently this year to gather, compile, and share information related to our sustainable farming practices and the water use contained therein, as well as our domestic and commercial activities. Over the past year and more, the Grower Landowner Coalition that we represent has worked to fulfill the Water Board's information request. Together, we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars and dozens, if not hundreds, of human hours into the collective effort to better understand and sustain the Clear Lake Hitch and its habitat. At the heart of this work is a comprehensive study of how water moves within the Clear Lake watershed. And the board staff identified, as part of the information order and otherwise, the specific data needed from agricultural water users. In response, we have meticulously documented and reported our calculated water use. We've purchased instruments to measure wells and streams. We have launched a countywide temperature inversion study, which Aaron mentioned, and we have been working to try and identify opportunities for water-saving alternative practices where we can. Farmers in Lake County are committed to being partners in designing sustainable solutions. Through these efforts, we've built valuable relationships with Clear Lake Hitch conservation specialists. We're now engaged in an effort to work alongside these folks, assisting landowners with streamfront properties in managing vegetation, removing stream barriers, and enhancing riparian access and stewardship. We've taken these steps because we care about the Hitch. We care about the Clear Lake watershed and its ecology, and we also care about the community of people who live and work in Lake County, many of them sustained by a small, healthy, but not invulnerable agriculture industry. Our work is far from over, and I think everyone in this room understands that. But a lasting commitment to collaboration can only be achieved if we continue to build mutual trust. We need more information about the behavior of wells, streams, and fish in order to manage water resources effectively, but we can't get there without landowner participation. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service notes that 2/3 of federally listed species have habitat on private land. I'm sure you all know this very well. This underscores the need for voluntary programs that incentivize landowners to engage in species and habitat protection. Regulation alone cannot provide the solutions we need. Landowner involvement is critical to achieving our collective goals. From a pragmatic standpoint, we also need to pace ourselves. Rebecca and her team, along with mine, put, as I said, huge amounts of time and effort into reporting this information to your staff. We need options and resources to bolster these efforts if they are to be sustainable. It is also important to recognize the financial burden that my members and others have taken on in the course of doing this. Over the last 2 years, we've paid out of pocket for voluntary actions, even as market conditions have become challenging and margins have grown even tighter. This financial strain cannot be ignored, and I bring this concern to you today alongside a summary of our efforts. While we understand the board's limited role in directly funding this kind of work, its influence over other agencies studying and protecting the Hitch is significant, and we respectfully request that you would guide your staff in helping us to work toward gaining more resources to support this work. More than anything, we appreciate the board's confidence in us and are grateful for the opportunity to work collaboratively on this issue. As always, I'm happy to answer questions for you, and if it would be useful, we can pan to some of these succeeding slides where Rebecca and I compiled a few images. Next, please, demonstrating some of the work that I'm alluding to here, or that we've alluded to. So this is essentially the upstart of our temperature inversion study. We have, just under 30 towers, each of them with 2 sensors on them, recording every 10 minutes temperature readings from top and bottom, essentially indicating whether or not there's an inversion layer that we could utilize for frost protection with wind as opposed to water. There you see in the left-hand image, one of the sensors shielded with PVC pipe. These are crude instruments, but they work. And these aluminum towers we had built specially for the purpose. Next slide, please. Here, just a demonstration of what our frost protection options might look like. And then in the center there, these images are a little bit of a combination, but in the center we have the installation of one of our well level monitoring pieces of equipment. This is a pressure transducer that reads off of that blue tube there. Next slide again, please. Rebecca would have alluded to this more than I, but we have certainly been involved in hitch rescues over the course of the last couple of years. These photographs are of those efforts, and we've done that, of course, in partnership where possible with our friends in the tribal community who are very, very involved in this effort, of course. I believe the final slide is next. And this again is again, some combined images here, but we have again a well that is being monitored every 15 minutes with a telemetry equipped piece of equipment. So we have a continuous reading on the depth of water in certain wells. And then these other images are of stream gauge monitoring. We have also paid for and installed this type of equipment with the assistance of approved professional consult. That's everything I have, but please, any questions?
Just a lot of thanks. Really appreciate your leadership as well, Mr. Weiss, and working with your fellow colleagues and landowners and putting together this program ultimately and for the long term. And that's what I really appreciate. And your comment around funding needs is definitely acknowledged, and we'll definitely be working with our sister agencies to continue to make sure that there is funding to support this, but appreciate the significant investment folks are making for the long term ultimately and the relationships. So just much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I beg your pardon. One final speaker on behalf of Lake County Land Stewards, Mr. Phil Williams.
Always a pleasure and welcome to have Mr. Williams here. So good to see you. Maybe should have waited till after you've made your comments, but good to see you, Mr. Williams.
Good to see you,
Pleasure.
too, sir. It's always a pleasure. It's been a pleasure once again to see the State Water Board provide key ingredients to avoid conflict over water. Vision, leadership, words, sir, that you used in a different context in the Russian River a couple of years ago. But we must remember that this began with drought emergency regulations to regulate groundwater to protect a federally unlisted species. So we have drought emergency regulations in a year where I had over 49 inches of rain in my gauge in 2024, following a year in 2023 where I had over 44 inches of rain in my gauge. That we were or are in anything approximating a drought is satire that is respectfully, I suggest, beneath this body and violates principles of equity embedded in democratic government. And second, regulating groundwater through a reliance on the public trust doctrine on at least some lands that implicate the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. So second risk. And then the third risk, importantly, also Clear Lake Hitch is not yet federally listed. We're eagerly anticipating a listing decision, I think, at the end of the year. But we have to acknowledge there's a lot that we don't know about the Hitch. And I think some of those questions are fair. And this is in no way to denigrate its particular value to our neighbors in Lake County or the value to landowners in Lake County. But there are questions that we simply don't know. So this was fertile ground for conflict, ladies and gentlemen. We hear people talk about water wars. Alluded to this before. This is dangerous rhetoric. It sets us up for playing the zero-sum game of the battlefield. One person wins and one person must lose. I'm a student of warfare, and our challenges over water, I'll observe, are nothing like warfare. I understand there may be those who would have you do more and would have you do it more quickly, and who may perhaps suggest that the ends justify the means. And we can understand that impulse, an impulse that in all of human nature. But we know as a leader's job is not in the face of exigency to simply do something, right? But it's to do the right thing. That's much harder. Reinhold Niebuhr, in his book, Moral Man and Amoral Society, reminds us that a devotion to particular principle, however noble at the individual level, when applied to policy, quote, shuts the gates of mercy on our neighbors. This is not the path that we chose. It's not the path that you carved out. So we can detect a pattern of a better path forward, but I would counsel us not to overlearn the lesson of too quickly employing emergency powers, even if to lever parties into cooperation. It's a gamble and it risks aggravating very real elements in human nature, especially on facts like these. It's better to appeal to our better angels, which have expressed themselves yet again here. We in Lake County are walking the better path toward constructive and enduring solutions that we have every confidence will advance not only a better understanding of the hydrology and geology and biology in our area, but a better understanding of each other and how to walk the better path. This was not, I want to emphasize, some sort of Pollyannish exercise where we held hands and sang kumbaya. It was hard work. And as you heard from Mr. Weiss, landowners in Lake County have invested a tremendous amount of time and energy into this effort. The learning curve was very steep, This was not easy. And it was not easy for any of us. I want to particularly acknowledge the hard work, vision, patience, professionalism, and leadership of Ms. Bean, Ms. Bender, and Ms. Warren. Working with them was a true pleasure, even when we were not seeing eye to eye. And even when I'm sure they would have preferred not to hear from us or to have heard something very differently than what they were hearing from us at the time. Their efforts are a great credit to the State Water Board and reflect a commitment to a better path forward. I applaud them for it, and I do not offer those words glibly. I was unaware of Mr. Ekdahl's additional heroics the night of the storm. Perhaps it's time for him to get that cape that we've been talking about. I encourage us to continue to put our shoulders into the hard work that still lies ahead. And I very much look forward to continue to labor toward the vision of that better path. You're right, sir. We are stronger for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Still, thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate your wise words and your cautions as well. I think we approached the right balance here. Certainly the trust in this institution, in this body, in this decision-making, not to overreach and not to use authorities unnecessarily or in a way that's disruptive is dear to me, obviously. And so just appreciate the words and agree that it's certainly a balance and that it is hard work. It has been hard work. This isn't a kumbaya moment for sure, but I feel there's been a lot of trust that's been built, and hopefully we continue to maintain that trust, live up to it, and do right within the watershed. So I appreciate the warnings, the ultimately contributions to all of this. It is much appreciated. So thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Bean.
And with that, we're going to move into discussing enforcement, which feels a little odd, but we do have our authorities for enforcement, and we wanted to update you on those. We'll also talk a bit about our groundwater surface water study and then be wrapping things up. So Maren, go ahead.
Thanks. All right. Enforcement is another really important part of the work that the division's doing. And when these challenges for the hitch were presented to the board, enforcement invested resources, increasing their resources to respond to these challenges. So enforcement increased investments, both water rights enforcement and cannabis enforcement in Clear Lake area. They allocated more resources and staffing, more time in the field, and more public outreach. And that really, I think, has been what we have heard today and what we're going to continue to hear about. One of the significant, one of the largest benefits of the work that we've done. With progressive enforcement being the guiding strategy, staff focused on educating water users and pointing them to helpful resources. Water rights enforcement reported that the most common response to notices of violation was that they truly didn't understand their water right and the requirements of them. And that when staff sat down and walked them through their right, walked them through the requirements and necessary timelines, they were really amenable to helping. They were on board. And through this experience, a lot of relationships were built where they're like, well, yeah, I can report. And also, hey, I've got this empty well. Would you want to put some equipment in there? Or, hey, I've got streamfront property. You're welcome to access that for gauging. And so looking big picture, we're going to start big picture, and then we'll look at water rights and cannabis specifically. The strategies that have been utilized since day one, and we've especially seen over this last year, is increasing resources and engagement, implementing progressive enforcement, and focusing on opportunities for individualized education and assistance. And what we're seeing in the data is that the outcomes are driving higher compliance, fewer enforcement actions, and relationship building. And again, because of the nature of enforcement, I'm going to try to keep our discussions kind of high level. We do have members of enforcement here that could help answer questions, but we do have open investigations. Next slide, please. All right, beginning with water rights enforcement. It's always important to remind ourselves that surface water rights enforcement focuses on surface water diversions only. If an individual is going to divert surface water, it's required that they have a water right, that they measure the volume diverted, and that they report annually to the water board whether or not they took water that year. Failure to do that can result in an illegal diversion, a failure to file violation, or a measurement violation. In Clear Lake, there are over 200 surface water rights. And we've got two charts here. The first one on the upper right is showing the water allocated to rights in Clear Lake watershed. And what this is showing is that 99% of the volume of water diverted is by 3 water right holders. And the other 90% of landowners with water rights are actually diverting less than 10 acre feet per year. From this, we can infer that a lot of the landowners in Clear Lake are getting their water from somewhere else. They're not diverting it from the creeks, that they are sourcing that water elsewhere, and it's likely through groundwater. Next slide, please. So looking at compliance, we've already mentioned that a greater investment in resources and enforcement is helping to drive higher compliance. And again, that's what we're seeing in the data. So if we look at notices of violation for water rights, both failure to file or measurement violations, in 2023, we saw 65. In 2024, we saw 9. So already we're seeing a decrease there. If we look more holistically at what are the outcomes of all of these NOVs, we see that compliance has been achieved for 70% of these NOVs. And another 27% are actively working with the water boards through either progressive enforcement, which basically means they have a few more things to complete and they cross the finish line. Or we've seen a lot of change in property ownership. And so for those new property owners, they've been given a little bit more time to come up to speed. But again, they're working with enforcement. And of all of these NOVs, only 2 administrative civil liability complaints were issued, only 2 complaints. So we see that, in fact, this investment in resources has increased compliance year over year. And we're hoping that this time spent educating water users will continue this compliance trend long into the future. Next slide, please. All right, so like water rights enforcement, cannabis enforcement section has also increased resources allocated to identifying illegal surface water diversions for cannabis. They are also responsible for ensuring that there are no diversions allowed during or no diversions happening during the dry season or the forbearance period. That's April 1 through October 31st. And this is part of the cannabis policy requirements. Over the years, they have identified 20 priority hitch watersheds, and those are delineated here in this graphic. And their management efforts include responding to complaints, conducting site visits and flyovers, capturing aerial imagery from April to October, so again, that forbearance period, coordinating with tribes, state, and county. And this has been a really important aspect across the board, but especially for enforcement in order to get access and law enforcement assistance. And at the end of the day, their job is to stop or convert illegal activities to registered operations. Next slide, please. So it's important to note that over 90% of cannabis in Lake County is illegal. So with that, recent flyovers in partnership with the Lake County Sheriff have identified 58 high priority active illegal cannabis cultivations. In partnership with state, tribes, and county, they've conducted 33 field inspections. Out of this, there are 7 pending enforcement cases, and these sites were prioritized as potentially the highest threat to the environment. And it's likely they will result in some administrative civil liability complaints. and cease and desist orders. Out of these field inspections, as well as in response to complaints or through Canavision investigations, they've issued 259 notices of violations. Out of those 259, they issued 16 information orders for non-responsiveness. Received the NOVs, did not respond. They've already received a 60% response rate on those orders. And for the remaining, they've issued enforcement actions, some ACLCs, and they are working through those. For those 259 NOVs, they will continue working through the compliance for those into 2025. And here we see in this graphic on the side, those are all of the identified cannabis operations over the years from 2022, I believe, through 2023, and that will soon be updated with the 2024. I want to just drive home one of the big benefits here really has been the opportunity to work with individuals and being out in the field has led to a tremendous amount of relationship building. And we've heard that across the board, not just with enforcement, with our partners, and with the team that facilitated the information order through the emergency regulations. It's really helping to drive the work we're going to focus on in 2025. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Valerie Zimmer, who's going to talk more about the groundwater surface water study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Erin. I'm Valerie Zimmer. I'm a senior water resource control engineer. And I'm going to talk, can you move one more slide, please? Next slide. I'm going to talk about what's happening next with us. I think we've been hearing about what we've been doing this year. And so what are we doing next? And we're engaging on a multi-year groundwater surface water study with the aid of a contractor. And we are working very closely with a contractor to get to some of the questions about how the system works with groundwater and surface water. And this is important because, you know, we can look at some recent data. We can look at, hey, we've had good water years and this is what the stream did, and we've had poor water years and this is what the stream did. But ultimately, we don't really know what's happening. And we want to make sure that we're not biasing our observations just on a couple of years of data and some very simple data that we can pull easily. And so what are we doing? You know, we are trying to get at how groundwater levels affect stream flows in Clear Lake. And it may be different in different areas, right? Different streams may have different interactions with the groundwater. We want to know how pumping, whether it's in the past, last summer, did we have a really dry, hot summer? And we had a really dry winter. How does that affect groundwater levels this year? Or what's going on in the present? Is there a very direct connection or not? We also want to know what else affects these groundwater levels and stream flows. We've heard a lot about passage barriers and water backing up behind you know, whatever it is, if it's some kind of, you know, blackberry bushes or whatever. We want to know what's going on with that. There's also legacy mining, gravel mining effects in the basin that may be very difficult to fix. So we want to know how that's interacting with the stream flow levels. And we also want to know how we address it, right? This is the big one. Like, what do we do about it once we understand the system? And so what we're kind of doing is we're, of course, collecting some of the existing data that others have collected over the years. And I think you've heard a lot about that. We're continuing to do our own data collection and initiating new data collection efforts, new stream and groundwater monitoring. And we're starting the data analysis process right now and looking to build models. And of course, we're going to be using that data from the emergency regulation and information order. And that's to help better constrain how water is being used by some of the agricultural communities. We don't want to make assumptions that are incorrect about how they're using water. Next slide, please. And so this is our timeline. Just to give you this is a multi-year project. You know, the data collection says 2024, 2025, but we really started it in 2023, and it may continue beyond that. We hope to have some of our data shared with our tribal partners in 2025. You know, whatever we get, some of the hydrology, some of the information order as well. And that's probably not just tribal partners, but everybody as well. Again, we're starting the data analysis next year and the model development and outreach on how we're going to be modeling some of these things. We don't expect the model to be done until 2027, and that seems like a long ways out. But we'll be talking about all of these things as we go. We're not going to be doing this in a vacuum. We're going to be continuing to outreach and talk to people about what's happening throughout the entire process, as we are doing now. And of course, it's after that model is done, if additional management actions are warranted, at that point, we'll beginning to have that discussion. I do want to circle back to the data collection bullet, though, since this is where we're at right now. One of the things that I personally love about this project is that there's a lot of actions happening right now. We're not waiting for the data analysis, the modeling to be done before we try to improve conditions and do restoration. And so a lot of these other projects, these restoration, these implementation projects, they're being led by others. They're not being led by us. And I want to just acknowledge that we've had these sorts of projects you've heard today about the county, about the tribes, and even the agricultural community and their willing landowners doing some of these projects. And so some of our data collection that's happening right now, we're hoping to be in support of these other projects. It's not just the groundwater surface water model. We are looking to work with these existing implementation projects to offer, technical support, to offer instrumentation and data management where needed, where it's desired. And so, as long as this is useful and not needed, we're going to continue doing that. And it may be one of these things where it's not necessarily us doing the work. We may offer the initial support, get things going, and then hand over the management of that project or that instrument to the others. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Next slide, please. So, you've seen this before. This is a county well that has been collecting data on a monthly basis, and the county has an extensive network of groundwater monitoring wells, which is excellent. It's really great to see what happens over time, but there are some limitations to these monthly measurements. Next slide, please. And what you can see here is that it doesn't always see everything. And I want to point out that the second data record, the one that's higher resolution, this is an instrument that is run by the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Sarah Ryan talked about their monitoring program, their stream and groundwater monitoring program. This is something that came out of that. And so you can see that there is more to the groundwater than potentially is apparent. We want to do more of this. We want to have more information about what's going on in the groundwater. Is this something that is just happening in this particular area, or is it happening in other areas as well? The good news is that is already happening. Department of Water Resources has already installed 2 permanent groundwater monitoring wells. They were not there 2 years ago. And that's a direct result of this project, of the outreach that's been done by the tribes to the state agencies. And we have also been making connections with partners through the task force, the tribes, agricultural partners, and also folks that reached out to us via the InfoWater and some of the letters we sent out. We've had folks that sort of offered help just on their own. Part of the information order agreement with the land stewards and the Farm Bureau was a data collection component. And I think you heard a little bit about that already from Will Weiss and Rebecca Harper. I actually made a map of all the landowners that were either in the land stewards or who through the Farm Bureau said, yeah, I'm willing to help you guys out with some form of data collection. And when you actually have that map up, it's pretty extensive. It covers most of Big Valley and it covers other areas in the basin as well. And so we are now sifting through all of those offers to try to figure out where we should actually go, who we should actually contact to do some work. Just this week, we had our contractor out talking to 2 different landowners that we met through the Farm Bureau who have offered help, and we are looking at potentially installing monitoring devices in their wells. So that's already going on. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's another sort of a geology slide. You can see there's some layers. Those of you who are not geologists probably just think it looks like a layer cake. But what's important here in this slide is that you see these horizontal layers. The blue represent aquifers that are known for groundwater pumping. And you can see Kelsey Creek on the right, and then you see Adobe Creek on the left. They're only about 2.5 miles apart, not very far. But you can see it's pretty different geology between these 2 creeks. And so one of the reasons we want to do some more studies is that, we don't want to make assumptions that what's going on, even a half a mile away from Adobe Creek is going to be affecting the creek in the way that you might traditionally think it would be. And so, one of the ways we would get at that is what we call an aquifer pump test. this is a little bit of a complicated process where we'd have to get a lot of people involved, and we have to have one well be offered as sort of the well that gets pumped for a week, and other wells around it that are being monitored so that we can see how much water drops or doesn't drop. That's something I need to get on. I'm hoping to have that going sometime this next year, and it will be a big collaborative project involving not only the landowners, but the Department of Water Resources is likely to be involved as well. So that's something that we're hoping to do. Next slide, please. And finally, we're going to, continue the stream gauge monitoring. We did begin monitoring in 2023. The tribes, of course, have been doing it over 5 years, some stream gauging, and USGS and DWR have gauges in the basin as well, in the valley, or not just Big Valley Basin, but also throughout the watershed up near Upper Lake and other places that we're going to be looking at. Again, we may be installing more stream gauges to support some of these rehabilitation and restoration projects. For example, Sarah Ryan mentioned Coal Creek and the flooding and all of the fish strandings that have occurred over there. And this is not only a problem for fish, but it's a problem for landowners, right? It's annoying to have floods up to your doorstep every single year. We may be installing some stream gauging instruments to support that project, because that might be something that would help the hitch and help landowners. And if there's a desire for us to put in instruments, we'll do it. We may hand it over. And so that's another example of something that's happening right now. Next slide, please. And I guess that's all I really wanted to say, but that's kind of where we're at. There is some contact information on how to participate if you do have ideas or other folks that want to reach out. And I'm going to hand this back over to Jessica to wrap up.
Thanks. So just one last slide to take us out on a lovely image of Clear Lake. Thank you very much for sitting with us today and listening to all of this. I think the water rights team here has had the pleasure of working with the folks that you're hearing from today on a pretty regular basis. And you're seeing just a very small fraction of what's happening. And so I think that's why the conservation strategy is going to be so key, because we'll be able to really document these things and start giving everyone a very clear picture or clearer picture of some of the things that are happening where there might be gaps and putting things together. But I will say that it has been a lot of hard work. There's a lot of sleepless nights and tired people. And yet we all keep coming back. And I've been just so pleased to both work with our internal team, but all of these other folks that you're hearing from today. And I'm very optimistic. There's a lot of challenges ahead, a lot of them, but I am optimistic that we're going to move forward on these and really appreciate the board's support with allowing us to continue supporting the efforts in the watershed. So with that, if you have any final questions and thoughts for us, we're happy to hear them.
Really appreciate everyone that presented today and giving us a not complete, but pretty thorough update on some of the activities that are going on. Just really have to acknowledge that we have a real opportunity and feel that this is a space that can be modeled insofar as the way we can approach some of this work. I think I want to make clear as well here for everyone that we're not looking at readopting, obviously, the information order. We gathered our information this last year, and really now about processing that information and getting back here and having it kind of circle back, if you will, in the decision making of the space at some future moment to inform what future actions this board might take. But just want to definitely make that clear, and just again thank everyone for the incredible amount of work that's gone on. And you look across the state, there's a lot of watersheds we're working in. And I feel this one in particular, we've been able to do a lot these last years with, and here there may be differences of opinion, but I feel a relatively soft approach when it comes to, some of the authorities that the board has, really making it about the information gathering, making it about communal understanding of the watershed, and helping that to lead to actions that folks can kind of obviously take under their own steam. But I think for me, it's important always that when we talk about the board's work, its authorities, that it isn't an either or, that we're really here to help actually support that local decision making. It's not two distinct pathways when it comes to regulatory actions that the board may take or voluntary actions. They're really a continuum of just the collective actions that we can take with each other, and always looking for us at the board to make sure that we're having that right touch, because our authorities are broad. they are strong and ultimately are there to help create the outcomes that we're all collectively trying to make. So just incredible thanks to everyone here that has come, made a presentation, even those that aren't. I know for every person that's here, there's a lot of others behind you that are doing the day-to-day work in the community, and it's just incredibly seen and appreciated. We do have one commenter, but looking to fellow board colleagues if they have question and comment here to start. Board Member Firestone and Board Member Morgan.
I have a question. Just on the information orders and the data, we are, I know we're sifting through the information, so we weren't able to report on all of that yet, but it seems to me that some of the information is around well inventory and inventory of diversions and all of that. And that it sounds like we're still sifting through the information, but we got 90% compliance, at least responding, but we don't know how much yet, what the results are of having a good picture of well and diversion infrastructure yet. Or I guess the first question is, can you just speak to what we can say and what we can't say about the goal of the information order, to whether the information order has been successful, or at least, mostly in understanding the water diversion and pumping inventory?
Yes, so we are still sifting through it. So yes, the 90% compliance is based off of something being reported, but we are QA/QCing a lot of that information too. And so we are able to see those things. The problem is a location for a well that is very meaningful, but some of the way that, extraction volumes, for example, apply doesn't necessarily mean anything on its own. So that's where we're having to dig and figure those things out. And also look that QA/QC, looking for potential errors that we can go back and follow up with folks too. I don't want to harp on this because I'm sure you've heard it a number of times, but in light of the water rights reporting system and the fact that we're working through that, we would be a case study for why that is going to be a fantastic upgrade when it's ready to go. Because if we say spreadsheets, I might actually have people faint in here right now from the amount of data that we've just been going through. And I think for a lot of us. And so I want to say that we have those insights. I believe we will have those insights by, early to mid next year. And then it's also looking for that data sharing that we talked about. It isn't necessarily just as easy as like sending something out into the world. We want to find a valid way to put these things forward. So I don't have a good answer for what it is that we're seeing right now, but we really are actively working towards getting it there. A lot of the compliance took a lot of time, a lot of the technical, just putting things together and getting it in a usable format so that both we and our contractors can use it. But we're going to be very transparent. We're going to be putting it out there as soon as we can. But I would say the bulk of the issue is really just, staff digging through information and determining what is relevant and what isn't. It's long and complicated, but we will soon. And I do wish we had more, but with it just wrapping up kind of in August, it's been a little bit limited on that. We do have a lot of the well locations though. We are pretty confident in those, getting that ready. These are things we've been talking through. Can we release data in phases, perhaps saying, hey, we can have some sort of a data set, let that go, and then move forward with other ones.
And if there's problems with the data as you're combing through that are important, even without the renewal or adoption of a second or renewed information order, are we able to go back and get corrected information and follow up with folks to make sure that we really got the information that we were seeking in the order?
We are.
Great. And then, so that gives me a lot of comfort in terms of not needing to reissue an information order. The only thing I want to understand more in terms of not continuing an information order is is on the pumping and diversion information. So diversion, I know we have water rights reporting requirements for surface water diversions. For groundwater pumping, though, if we're trying to understand, it sounds like there's a lot of really great voluntary efforts and study efforts to monitor groundwater levels. But if we don't have pumping information is for this next year, is that going to limit our ability to conduct this groundwater surface water study? Is that something that we have a way of getting or understanding without a new information order?
I can take some of this. You know, you did ask, have we learned anything already from the information order? And the answer is yes. Like when we first started to try to estimate how many wells there were that were active in the basin, especially Big Valley Basin, we had wildly divergent estimates. And so having this information order come through, we've already sort of been able to narrow down the number of wells, which was something we had a hard time with initially. We also sort of know how deep they are, which helps us on a little bit on the geology. Like a lot of folks didn't have well completion reports, but most folks knew how deep their wells were. And that helps us know what sort of aquifer are they actually using. We didn't know that before. So we do actually have some preliminary results. It has been challenging with the data collection efforts. And of course, we've had 3 different pathways for information. And so the data didn't come in the exact same format. And so we do want to release those data in a single package. We don't really want people to go to 3 different sources to find something out. And so that's one of the things that's ongoing is we are going to put the data in a format that's digestible and hopefully visual so that folks can see it. That's going to take a little bit more time. Again, the stuff is still trickling in. So we have learned some things already. I will say, so to your second question, can we get at the water use in Clear Lake region without reissuing the information order? And I think the answer is yes. The modelers do have ways of sort of estimating the demand, right? It's a demand side thing. Like how much does a certain crop use based on how hot it's been or how wet it's been or how windy it's been. And I don't, most of our growers are not wasting water. They can't afford to waste water, right? So most operations, I think, are pretty efficient. And some of the information order questions weren't about like, what did you pump this year? It was about like, what kind of irrigation system do you have? Is it drip irrigation? Is it flood irrigation? Is it this kind of irrigation? And so we're making some assumptions that isn't going to change a lot, right? If they had drip irrigation this year, they're probably not going to switch to flood irrigation next year unless they totally switch their crop or something really major happens. And so through the use of the information we got from the information order about what it is they're doing, what crop they have and what practices they use, combined with additional climate information and land use information. And land use information comes from the Department of Water Resources. They fly the satellites and they can figure out, is that a vineyard? Is that pears? Is that is that pasture? Is that irrigated pasture? All of that sort of land use information and evapotranspiration information, which again is coming out of the satellites, can help you nail down exactly what's going on in these watersheds. And so I think the information order has done a great job of supplementing or filling in the gaps with things that we didn't know, which was how many wells there are, how deep are they, and what are your irrigation practices? Those 3 things would have been hard to get from satellite images. And so I feel pretty confident that we can, going forward, make some pretty good estimates on what is actually happening for groundwater pumping and water use.
I'd also just quickly add in that some of the folks who reported this year are starting to commit to reporting again next year, even if we don't have an information order. I don't have specifics on that right now, but it is a discussion that's underway so that we can spot check as well to make some of those comparisons.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for those questions, board member, and appreciate that. Board member Morgan.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to thank all of the presenters today. It's really great to see just the progress that has been made, knowing that there's still a lot more to be done. And, appreciate staff for slide 5 of just showing the different variables, the potential factors impacting the hitch. And looking at moving from being reactive to proactive and getting the projects and the work that can be done today of just being supportive of that work and how can we all work together to continue moving the efforts forward while also working on some of those efforts that are longer term, like the modeling and understanding that if there's the interconnectivity between the groundwater and surface water, it just really keeping efforts moving forward so that we can understand the barriers to flow, the physical barriers, the hard barriers, the soft barriers, and continuing to move the work forward. And so this is not something that is simple to understand, that we can get out there and do it overnight. It's hard work. It's work that takes a lot of labor. It also is work that takes some time, but really taking the time to build that trust, coming together, and then looking at that full picture and looking towards that, all of those pieces that need to come together in order to really find I'm going to call it the solution, because it's not just one piece that needs to come together in order to find the solution. So thank you.
Thank you so much, board member. Now, we have one commenter, but I don't believe they are on the platform. Vivian McLeod? Okay, apologize for that, Ms. McLeod. Do please reach out with your comments still yet, if you're able to. Okay, yeah, and if there's further comment, look to board member Firestone.
Sorry, I was just going to wait for my comments till I heard from public, but it sounds like we have. So I wanted to make my overall comments on this. I think that what we've seen today, I mean, I think I already said this particularly about staff, but also just to say for all of, I know Ms. Harper, Ms. Weiss, Ms. Santana Cazares, and many of the other folks that have been here today. You guys are amazing. The work that you all are doing, Ms. Ryan and others, are just so inspiring and hopeful. And this is an amazing example. So I want to start with that. I think that said, we haven't found, I don't think we've found the right balance yet. I think we're in progress and we've done excellent work so far. But as the chair said, this is not an either or between a regulatory approach and a voluntary approach. I think that's not how I see the world. I think we have regulatory frameworks to enable collaboration. And actually the information order is a great example of that, where we set very transparent, clear, as clear as we can, guidelines and frameworks for what is the information we all need. Let's do it transparently, and let's create pathways for alternative compliance programs like the ones that Ms. Harper and Mr. Weiss have led. And that kind of that role of regulation is vital to success and to making progress. And so I feel very strongly agree with the chair that we need to not be talking in binaries or either or. I think we need to continue the trust and continue to ensure that no side is abusing that power or trust, but also that we all have a role. And I think, as board member Morgan said, what is also very clear from this is no one agency or group or tribe can solve this on their own. And we all have a role that we have to do. And I just feel strongly that we at the state board need to be clear on what our role is. Ms. Santana Cazares said at the beginning that they can't wait for regulations, policy, and data to catch up. And I think that's indicative of, we've got climate change supercharging the impacts right now. as Board Member Morgan said, we have to move from kind of reactive emergency actions. But the regulatory agencies like ourselves are designed to move really slowly. To create new regulatory frameworks, to establish new regs is a really long process. And so while local leadership and our cross-agency work is able to act now, this is, I think, an example of why in order to, in the CNRA, Natural Resources Agency, and our agency, and sort of across the state, one of the things that our governor has talked about is cutting the green tape. And a lot of times that's been talked about in terms of permits. But I also think we need to be looking at that in terms of accelerating our ability to create regulatory frameworks, even if they're not perfect, even in the, in uncertainty, and allow those to adapt. And right now, our system is really broken. We are not able to move forward on adopting or implementing our water rights system and flow protections, minimum flow protections outside of emergency regulations. And that is a vital role that we need to play within all of the various partners that we've talked about today. We have to be able to create regulatory frameworks that, can enable the kind of alternative compliance cooperative efforts, but also ensure that we're going to have flow in the rivers, that we're not going to have to list species. And we're not much less lose them. And, we're doing this right now. We're in the process in a number of different watersheds around the state. We're obviously doing a lot on Big Delta right now, Scott Shasta, Mill and Deer Creek, others, and we're trying to figure out how to make this work. This is another one that we're trying to figure out how to make this work. But I guess I just want to emphasize that we need to continue the collaboration and the science, but we also need to move forward on developing minimum in-stream flow protections and a framework to do that allows for that and complements and enables that cooperative effort and all that, I think really interconnected problem solving allows us to adapt that over time, and doesn't just do that as a reactive emergency effort. So I look forward. I know CDFW is working on flow recommendations that are supposed to come out next year. We have our own balancing of things that we'll need to consider, but I really encourage us not to wait until, I think it sounded like the groundwater surface water studies and models, realistically weren't going to be done until 2027. And if we wait till then to even start to consider regulatory actions, given the process that we have, it'll be a decade from now, I think, before we see minimum in-stream flows frameworks. And so we need to figure out a pathway to enable minimum protections without perfect information and allow that to adapt as we get more information, as there are programs, barrier removals and all these amazing programs that help us improve conditions that we can adapt to. And we're not there yet. But I really encourage us as an agency to embrace our role, because when the system we have, if there's no actions on that, has a disproportionate impact. And so we need to be able to figure out how to create a pathway within the frameworks that we have. And that means change and a different approach. And I think we're trying to work through that, here and in other watersheds as well. But I also think this is the watershed that I have the most hope for in many ways because of the local leadership and the cross-agency leadership and the cross-nation cross-nation leadership with tribes. I just feel like there is a really strong leadership and vision and collaboration and problem solving. And I really appreciate the updates and the view here. I know it was a long information item and just really appreciate all of your work.
Thank you, board member, and agree. I think we have a strong foundation and still a lot of work to do. And so just on that, perhaps, Ms. Bean, when will we see you all again? When's and don't need an exact date now, but would like to perhaps, and maybe it's, late next year or so, have a moment where we are circling back, getting updates further and understanding kind of where we are in some developments.
Certainly. And if, more comes about sooner, then we can work to find out what makes sense for your schedule.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Look forward to
Thank
seeing
you.
everyone here again. And just thanks again for the incredible work and effort that's gone into this project. Look forward to further update. Thank you. All right. I think that wraps our item number 5 and brings us actually to our last item of our agenda, which is board member reports. Is there any board member who would like to take us in the lead here?
Sure, I can start.
Yeah, board member Morgan, please.
I just have one item. I had the pleasure of filling in for Vice Chair Diadamo yesterday at the Tijuana Trash Boom ribbon cutting ceremony. So from Budget Acts of 2021 and 2022, $4.7 million was provided for a pilot project at the border. And so the Division of Financial Assistance provided a grant for RCAC to manage. There is a lot of trash that comes in from the other side of the border through the Tijuana River into the estuary and then out to the Pacific Ocean. It then causes, not only just trash into the estuary, but also microplastics impacting the water quality and also just health of the organisms. And so the trash boom is actually made from recycled plastic. So that's pretty cool. And it is, so it's there, it's installed just in time for this wet season. It's, the financing also provided for 2 years of studying the trash boom to look at its effectiveness to see if this particular design will work for other areas. To go ahead and collect also trash from the canyon area. So it was a really exciting project and good to see just one of the 3 projects move forward that were basically from that same budget act. There was $35 million that were dedicated to 6 projects, 3 to the New River and 3 to the Tijuana River. So this is the first project that is being implemented. And so it's really good to see these projects being implemented and moving forward. And so it was really a good day and great to, see, a trash boom. I mean,
Bread and butter. And just thank you so much for filling in there, board member Morgan. Really needed and exciting project for sure for the watershed. So thank you for representing the board down there. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for going in my place. And it sounds like it was a great day. I only have one to report on, and that is on December 5th. I went to Visalia for a workshop that we held for the Punjabi American grower community. And it was held in partnership with the Punjabi American Growers Group. It was very well attended. And we had translation services there, which was really useful for a number of the participants. So I'm really glad about that. It was really an opportunity to do Sigma basics and talking a little bit about the history of Sigma. I'm glad that Tina Cannon-Leahy was there because of her involvement, when she worked for the legislature. So there were some questions that came up that she was able to field, why does the law say what it says. Why is it structured the way it is? And so really, trying to talk about the history and the current authorities that we have. And then there were a number of participants there from various agencies, CDFA, USDA, the Farm Services Agency, DWR, a number of different agencies talking about resources that they have available for small farmers. No one resource is going to help these individuals get out of the bind that they're in. A lot of the growers are in white areas. It was in Visalia, but the growers are from throughout the San Joaquin Valley in areas that we're all very familiar with. So I think it's going to continue to be a big challenge for them. But they do. There was many expressions of frustration, but also thanks for us spending the additional time there.
And huge thanks, Vice Chair, for you attending that. And I know it was partly an outgrowth of the Kauai Sub-Basin community meeting we had where we had members of the Punjabi community come through and weren't prepared with translation. And so really appreciated for the follow through from staff and yourself and helping to connect with folks and know that there's still a lot of work to be done to connect to the community and help them understand where they are in their processes, including working directly with the GSAs who they may reside within. So just a lot of appreciation for that. Just quickly for myself, on December 6th, I was fortunate to join Self-Help Enterprises and helping celebrate their 60th anniversary there in Visalia. It was a nice event. Got to see a number of colleagues speak well, obviously, of the great partnership that we have with Self-Help Enterprises, where since 2019, we've provided self-help over $200 million that has gone to communities, responded to drought, and it just really, we wouldn't be able to have had an impact in the San Joaquin if it wasn't for that partnership, because we don't have the staffing and the boots on the ground to be able to have responded to this last turn of the drought in the way we did. But the $200 million, again, that's dollars that counties didn't have, communities didn't have. So glad that we were able to support folks as a state, and congratulations to Self-Help on their 60 years of making a difference in the lives of folks in the San Joaquin. On the 13th, I attended the California Federation or Foundation for the Environment and the Economy and their conference that they had in Palm Springs. I was on a panel on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Was glad to be able to connect with legislators and folks and have just a good open discussion around the last 10 years, where we are, still the work ahead of us, the importance of the law. And then just on Monday, I was in Washington, D.C. At the United States Environmental Protection Agency building, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. I was very fortunate to have been invited to participate in a panel, got to see Senator Carper, Congresswoman Dingell, the current head of the EPA Water Office, Bruno Piggott, all speak and Ali Zaidi as well, the climate advisor, all speak very well and eloquently about just the incredible moment we are to be able to celebrate the last 50 years, look at the next 50 years, truly look at the challenges and the fact that the promise of the Safe Drinking Water Act has not yet been fulfilled. There's still communities out there. And so it was just a nice opportunity to speak about the work that we've done here in the state and the importance of federal oversight. There was a moment there where California drinking water program was in the crosshairs of the feds, and it's those multiple levels of accountability that help us all get us our work done. So those were my reports.
This will be kind of a downer. I have nothing to report.
I don't have anything to report. Those were great.
Thank you both. All right, that brings us to the end of board member reports and also brings us here to the end of our meeting. We will be going into closed session. And so for that, probably just give ourselves a few minutes. We'll have perhaps a working closed session then, eat lunch unless folks want a break, and glad to do that. Any preference? You just want to eating at lunch? Okay, we'll keep the momentum going then. We'll be transitioning into closed session. But otherwise, this is our final board meeting of the year. It has been an incredible year. I have to thank everyone, our board clerk, all of the folks that make these meetings happen. Just very appreciative, and everyone that's participated in the board's decision making this last year. 2025 is going to be another big year, so look forward to everyone then. We're going to start right off on January 7th with our next board meeting. We will actually be in the Sierra hearing room at the California Environmental Protection Agency building. But until then, have a fantastic holiday, everyone. Have a
Chair
looking
Esquivel?
forward to seeing you in the new year. Yes, Mr. Lawfer, please.
Just for the record to reflect, the board intends to only meet in closed session on the Delta conveyance item.
Yes, yeah, we'll only be in closed session on Delta conveyance, and we'll be meeting in here, one of the other rooms here soon. And then otherwise, did I miss anything else, Mr. Lawfer?
No, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, well then, thank you. And we will close out officially here after closed session. But again, thanks everyone for an incredible year. Looking forward to the next, and we'll see you all soon. Be safe, be well.